Hello everyone, welcome to ZaranTech. In today's fast-paced workplace, efficient onboarding processes are essential for employee success and retention. Today, we are diving into an essential aspect of HR management, SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 is a comprehensive solution designed to streamline and enhance the employee onboarding experience. It goes beyond traditional onboarding methods by leveraging technology to automate processes, improve efficiency, and create a more engaging onboarding journey for new hires. SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 matters because it boosts productivity and engagement. Studies reveal organizations with structured onboarding enjoy 50% greater new hire productivity and a 54% increase in employee engagement. It's more than paperwork. It's about setting the stage for success. With SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0, streamline processes and ensure new hires feel valued and supported from day one. Throughout this course, we will cover everything you need to know about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. From its key features and benefits to best practices for implementation, you'll gain actionable insights to optimize your onboarding process and drive business success. But before we begin, please subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon to receive regular updates from us. Now, let us look at the agenda. 1. Recruiting introduction. 2. Applicant status set. 3. Requisition fields. 4. Candidate management. 5. Application template. Let's dive in.
I just want to, don't worry about the training, what exactly this is all about, and why if I don't have the experience, how I can get up or like that. So because the prerequisites for this particular SuccessFactors modules, any module if you take it, so the first the prerequisite would be is like he or she should be having a knowledge on HR functionalities. Okay, so if anyone is having HR functionality knowledge, then that is good. Okay, HR functions, almost all the functions, whatever the functions that you might be observing in your organization, so starting from the recruiting to the separation process. So if that kind of knowledge is enough to get up in SuccessFactors modules also. Okay, so and other second prerequisite would be is like he would be having a knowledge on SAP HCM. So that would be an added advantage. Okay, so anyone can take this SuccessFactors training, but a little prerequisites of these two things are must. Okay, so if second one is not there, it is the first one would makes that particular candidate to understand very easy of this particular modules. Okay, so great. This is a right platform for you all because you are having a very good experience either of these prerequisites. Okay, either it could be the background of HCM and the background of SAP HCM and background of HR functional knowledge. So you people are very set to go with this particular modules because a few of the people have already taken the courses in SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central, and also with any of the other modules is like PMGM part. Okay, so this platform is set for recruiting and onboarding. So I'll be explaining you what exactly the recruiting all about and through the system. Okay, what would be the process that we would be seeing on the recruiting part. And okay, so let me share my screen and I'll open my demo system for you. So you all know something about SuccessFactors is like I just want to just give you one small introduction about the SuccessFactors. Here is like the SuccessFactors is a product company, and where it was. So the SuccessFactors was it was a company from US, and where it was merged with or acquired by SAP in the year 2011, and from there SAP was taking up, and it has been make up the SuccessFactors into a very emerging HCM solution. HCM solution tool, we can say that. Okay, so with that, so it has been emerged with almost all modules, the entire life cycle of the system. Okay, so if you see here, let me share the screen. So whatever, if what exactly the employee life cycle brings us to us. So it starts from the recruiting part, and after that the onboarding, and after that you might be seeing about just sharing the screen. It is coming. Yeah. So after that we will be engaging the employees with various aspects, like we can engage the people by checking of their performance, and by giving an opportunity for them to development and to learning kind of activities. And also we are making them as a successors for the key people. And also we can have once we're done with the recruiting, and we will be onboarding and offboarding at the separation process. And also we want to see how this is like the entire thing of success factors. So if you see here, you might be seeing a 12 to 13 items over here. Okay, so maybe 20 plus items over here. So each item would referring to one of the modules or sub-modules over here. Okay, so now we will be talking about these two modules where we are going to learn about it. And SAP SuccessFactors there are other modules which are also lined up, because there's goal management and PM management, and the calibrations you might be seeing of 3 pictures here. So you would be seeing of these all comes under one particular module, even the 360-degree appraisals, 360-degree reviews, and the compensation and variable, it comes under one particular module, and learning is one particular module, and CDP is like career development planning is one particular module. Like this, you might be seeing entire employee life cycle, you might be observing over here. Okay, so it means whatever the cycle, because generally what will happen, this particular system, we are giving it to the employees who joined in any of the organizations. For example, if any people join in Walmart, okay, or PepsiCo or Coca-Cola, any company, because they can able to access this particular system to check their performance management forms or appraisal forms, and they can see about the compensation statement or variable statements, and also what their learning curve, what are the learnings that I need to go ahead for this particular year or for this particular curriculum or whatever it is, and how I can develop my skills, how can I set my development goals, and what about the other succession, how I can become the successor for the key employee, and how I can see my personal information, database activities, and all these things you might be showing it to the employee in this particular system. So it means it should be having all the modules, because so far in the organizations we have taken, maybe you might have observed so far in the organizations, if you take it any kind of organization, whether it is an IT organization or an industrial based organizations, or it's a manufacturing organizations, you might have seen the computer based tools in a different way. Maybe for recruiting there could be one tool. Okay, so maybe for performance appraisal you might be seeing one particular tool, or a compensation or a payroll there could be one particular tool. So altogether so far we have got it only with the 2 particular tools. One would be like SuccessFactors, and the other one would be Workday. And why I can say the SuccessFactors is the prime, why I can say is like it has emerged in almost all 37 countries, and you can make this particular system in 37 languages also. And now it is more than 37 plus, I can say. So that's the reason this has emerged, and maybe in this particular arena, you might be saying, especially SuccessFactors would be one of the leader among other tools, other HR or other HCM tools. Even proudly, SuccessFactors can say about rather than SAP HCM, this could be a right solution for the organizations to provide engagement or engagement activities that we can perform it with this particular SuccessFactors tool and all. Okay. So in that, so you might be some people you have already learned about SAP HCM or SAP SuccessFactors Employee Central and PMGM modules. Okay, so next step, because whenever you're starting with this recruiting module, so the recruiting is having a various structures, you can see it, and various processes you might be seeing it, because this recruiting module can help for the hiring managers who wants to create the requisitions, and once the requisition is being created, how the recruiters can pick up this map. I believe everyone can see this. So this is like requisition creation and the posting. This is a main process for a recruiter and for a hiring manager. If you observe here, so what all the pinpoints and each and every concept, whatever you see or hear, we'll be learning in this particular time. Okay, so if I just zoom it, if you see here, the first step, the staffing need occurred. The process would start from this particular point. Okay, this would be the starting point. What we can say is like this could be the starting point why we want to start the recruiting is all about, because whenever we get the staffing need is required or manpower is required for that particular business unit or for that particular organization activities. If you see here, to create the job requisition, okay, the hiring managers will be taken care and they will be the persons who will be participating for this particular process. And if you see these position header data and positional organization data and a position job classification data, these data will get it from Employee Central, we will be getting it. Okay, so for that reason, it is being integrated with Employee Central system, or it could be any of the third-party systems also. Because if I have seen in my career, our recruiting system is being integrated with SAP HCM. It was being integrated with some other PeopleSoft HRMS system, where why we would require that HRMS systems is like the HRMS systems is nothing but where the personal information of that particular employee and the organization information will be structured in that particular tools and all, in that HRMS systems and all. So the HRMS systems could be anything. It could be Employee Central, or it could be SAP HCM, or it could be PeopleSoft HRMS, or it could be Ramco HCM, or it could be Halogen software. Anything, any particular tool, whatever the tool that it has this organization structure, organization data, the position organization data will be there. So if you integrated that particular system to our SAP recruiting system, then we will get the initial data for to creation of our job requisition. Okay, the hiring manager will go to that particular position, and if you want to create some requisition with respect to that vacancy position, he can go and start creating the requisition from that particular step. Okay, so for that particular position, if you want to hire any positions, for that positions you can have 10 openings or 20 openings or 30 openings or whatever it is, irrespective of the number. For that particular position, if you want to open it, okay, so now I have available system is like one of the available system I have is like Employee Central. I have it. So how I can go to the Employee Central, being a hiring manager, you treat yourself as a hiring manager, and you could go and add an employee. Maybe I'll just proxy, I'm the hiring manager. So if I proxy, so I'm just proxying because for super admin, the implementation experts will get this particular systems, the super admin systems, you will be getting of it, and you can go to this super admin systems and where you can proxy. Proxy is nothing but on behalf of. Okay, so once you step into this particular systems, you can proxy for any other people. Now I'm just proxying as hiring manager. See, for example, if I go proxy now, there could be hiring manager would be Jara, would be one of the hiring manager, because I just know about this particular resource. So I just going ahead with the Zara. Okay, so the hiring manager, what he felt, he got a requirement that he has to initiate this particular job requisition activity. He received, the first thing would be is like he received a staffing need occurred. Okay, so what he has to do, he has to create the job requisition. So he can create the job requisition in two ways. Okay, the one would be is like he can go to the position organization chart, and from there he can create the requisition, or directly he can jump onto the recruiting module and he can create it. So now I'll just show it to you from the position org chart. If you see here, so now this is the position org chart is a part of Employee Central. Okay, so from Employee Central he can go and create it. Okay, so if we go to the position org chart, that is what the requirement starts with. Any of this position header data, we may get the data, and from the organization data and position job classification data. So three ways we can have. This is the particular position. So we want to hire a digital expert. Okay, so if you just click it here, you can see the digital expert details. If you just click it here, you can go ahead, and if you see here the digital expert, if you just click it, so you can go ahead here and you can just start creating a job requisition here. Okay, so it will start when you want to start this job thing, and what are how many openings that you have it for a digital expert. Okay, if you see, and this number of openings you might be seeing, there is the button was grayed out. Why? It means this has, we have put it whenever we are creating this particular position, we have given only one FTE over here. Okay, so if you give three or four like that, it can have open option for creating of number of positions also, openings also. Okay, so simply the hiring manager comes on to the position org chart and he started creating the requisition. Okay, so that's the part where we would be seeing of job requisition. So this job requisition will go for a review with the recruiter. Okay, the job requisition will conduct a strategy alignment meeting, and where we will be establishing, in that meeting we will be talking about when would be the interview dates and what is the booking facilities and what all that interview panel, all those things we will be deciding of it. Maybe we can take another requisition. So some problem with that. If we go over here and okay, so this way we can also create the requisitions. If you see, if we observe here, if we go and create the requisitions, okay, the cost center underscore object, it has some error with the employee central part, valid start date. Okay, if I can go ahead and I can start. Okay, simple procedure would be is like this, or otherwise if I want to create this one, if I go and create, okay, the same, sorry, the requisitions cannot be created of job requisition, failed details, field criteria validation failed due to incorrect values of cost center underscore OBG. The valid data change. Okay, we have to go to the employee central part and we have to. So some integration between the internal integration error. So we can observe those errors. Sometimes we can solve these kind of things. But anyhow, we can just go to, or otherwise when I just become self, we can try it from as if admin side also. Okay, so or otherwise the second method would be like we will directly jump on to recruiting, and also we can do it from there also. Okay, so any of those options we can use it to create the job requisitions. We can create it. Okay, this is like a process where we can develop this particular process in this particular system. Being a SuccessFactors implementation consultants, we have to set up these kind of process altogether. Okay, so this is for an end user perspective, because whenever he clicks the system, he can go and create the requisitions and he can send it to the recruiters for the review, and both can sit and they will conduct the alignment meeting, and they can go and they can finalize or they can approve the job requisition part. How we can go ahead here is like, for example, if I tried to creating the position, okay, some thing is like it's not happening anyhow. Just go and create the position. For example, if you get creating, So this particular organization unit, let's observe, it will get created. Yeah, this has been created. If you see here, the one job requisition has been created for this administrative support. Okay, so now we can just go to the recruiting module and we can observe one administrative support requisition has been created. If you see the requisition, you can go ahead. See, this is the one. Now, just now we have created for this particular one, and the recruiter would be Ananya Singh, and the hiring manager is like Gabriel. Okay, and once you open this requisition, we have to send this requisitions with the other various parties for to get this requisition approved. Now the requisition has been created, it should be passed on to hiring manager for the approval and BU head approval and recruiting team approval. So all together we can call them as a strategy alignment meeting by filling of the various options over here. So the requisition, this template we have to create and we have to develop this one. Okay, being a SuccessFactors implementation experts, we should be knowing of this particular part. Okay, how to build this with the various fields, what are the fields that are requested by the customer with that particular field, because this is one of the template, we can call it the job requisition template, by keeping all these fields, by adding of all these features into this template, we have to configure. But one luckiest thing here is like already there could be a pre-configured templates will be there on top of those templates, basing on the customer requirements, because we will be taking the customer requirements in workbooks. Okay, the workbooks would looks like this. If you see here, these are the workbooks you might be seeing of it. Okay, so this is the way that we have to bring it. And now I'm explaining about the user's perspective, how the user's perspective, the system would looks like. Okay, so now if I go back and I started requisition, so now the meeting should happen. The meeting in the sense it could be a physical or the procedural meeting, we can have it. Okay, so now the requisition creation is being happened, and the create requisition button, I'm just clicking over here, all these buttons and all. So it will go to the hiring manager, first person. Hi, you can please approve this requisition, like that. Okay, so we just simply have please approve and we can create requisition. We can see this is called one of the intelligent services of SAP SuccessFactors, because it could be like a workflow or whatever the thing, but this is the intelligent service. So what will happen here is like now the requisition has been created from the super admin side, and when we access Gabriel here, if you see maybe the Gab, if you access with Gab, and he can, once we open with Gab, so he can see this particular requisition to approve. Okay, so this particular to approve, and the intelligent services here is like whatever the recruiting system is having or whatever the SuccessFactors system is having. Here you can see some of the tiles over here. Okay, to-do list. So what all the activities that we have to do it. For this particular manager, we have one pop-up over here, recruiting approvals. If you just click it, is asked for review and approve job requisition option it has come. Okay, so once we click this, the manager, this guy can go and see this is one of the job requisition was created. Okay, we have discussed, we have conducted the meeting over here, and we want to approve this. Okay, the first thing here is like job requisition approval activities. We can see it over here. So this is the procedure. Once we had the discussions, we can simply go and approve this. Okay, and now it will go to the recruiter, a BU head approval, who is like Rebecca. Hi, please approve some text. Maybe this is a regular procedure that the recruitment team will follow. Okay, so all these, how these things are coming, how these things have been set for this particular system, these are the things that we have to go ahead and we have to implement. These are the things that the customers would be asking in our systems. Okay, so this is the procedure. Now it has been approved by Gab, and now it is going to Rebecca. So the view had approval. So once what we can do is like again proxy now. Being a super admin, I can go on behalf of any employee in the organization. Okay, so now I'm going to Rebecca because we are the owner, we are the people who is implementing this system. So in any process, we can go to the process and we can just go and approve from our side itself. Maybe you might have learned about this in SAP Employee Central System. Okay, so this is what we can have it. So simple way would be like now it is under the approval procedures. Okay, after that we can see all these activities also. So this is like a requisition creation and posting activity. You can just click it over here, view head approval, because she is the view head for this particular thing. 3144 is our requisition ID. We can go to send to next step. Once we give send to next step, it means she approves this one. So now it is coming to Ananya Singh. As a recruiter, Ananya Singh can go ahead and become self. The simple way of setup, these are the setup that we have to do for this particular procedures. Okay, so for this, what all the things that we have to do it here is like you might be seeing on our workbook. So first thing would be is like what all the fields that you would be seeing of requisition fields, requisition recruiting roles, recruiting groups, requisition buttons, what all the buttons that we are seeing it on the form. So all those things we have to go ahead and we have to discuss with the end users in this particular, the end users or the recruitment team, we will be discussing, and whether all the fields that are required or not, we have to check with the customers and we would be doing of it. Okay, so if you see here, you can see review and analyze the job requisition. So you can watch out, this one will come over here and you can go ahead and complete this job requisition. Okay, so now it means this job requisition approved and we can have this particular thing, and after that we can just go ahead with the complete procedure here. Okay, so once we complete, and here once we complete, we have done one small intelligent services over here. What services is that? Is like whenever this particular requisition is being created, this standard job requisitions, automatically it has to refine the job description, and also the posting need to be happening post job requisition. Job requisition is automatically it is getting posted over here. So if you see, the postings also is happen. If you just click on this particular one, this requisition is being created and also the postings have been created. Okay, so that in the background we have written a business rule to make it happen automatically of these things. Okay, so that is what the intelligent techniques that we have to use it, and we have to help, because what is the general procedure? Obviously, once the job requisition is being created, we have to come to the job requisition detail and we have to click job posting. See, if this is not automatically done, what we have to do is like we have to come to job postings, because we have to post it, right? So obviously we have two things of postings. One would be like internal and then external posting. So if these posts are not there, what we have to do is like we have to come here manually and we have to create these postings and all. So now I just want to post this one. For the internal employees also, we want to post it. What is the posting date? You can see it here. Okay, and the posting end date, if you want, you can give it and you can post the date. You can have it. The post date, you can have it. And also the other one would be external career posting, career site posting. You can have posted like this manually. You have to come over here and you have to post it. And also, if you want to publish this particular requisition for any of the agencies, okay, if you want to add any agencies, so there could be a separate set of agencies access. We can create it. We have to set up that agency access. So we can set up this particular agencies or here, and you can choose what agency that you want to publish for this, so that they can get the link. They get the link of this particular link. This is the link. The career site thing link would be like this is the link. If you see, if I copy here, and if I copy and I just paste it somewhere on any of the other browsers, if you see here, okay. So this would be is the option for the candidates to apply for this particular jobs and all. Okay, so this is the setup. What was happened here is like we have set up this particular, all these 4 activities, the 4 process activities. The job requisition is being posted. The end procedure for this would be like a job requisition posted. So this one we have made it automatically by writing a business code. This is what, because the requirement is like maybe they may come up like this also. Okay, yeah, my recruitment team is unable to post the requisitions. They're little hesitant to post the requisitions, or they're forwarding. They might not be interested to post it automatically. There is any chance or there or not like that. The customers may come. So we have the solutions for in our SuccessFactors recruiting system, so that we can say, yeah, automatically whenever the final approval or final requisition approval, we can make out the job postings automatically. The job postings will trigger. Okay, so if that's the reason, if that's the requirement is there, we can establish that kind of solutions also for our SuccessFactors recruiting systems. Okay, so this is what a small thing that we have done it with the help of with these things. We are seeing it requisition creation and the posting procedures. Okay, so now I just copied one of the postings, the postings of administrative support, and somewhere I've posted, I've just placed it. If you just click and enter it, what will happen here is like the requisition, because with this link could be because we have recruiting module and also we have a recruiting marketing module also is there. Okay, which means recruiting will makes us to get this particular link only, but recruiting marketing will makes us, it has been integrated. Whenever the postings is being created, automatically there could be one career site was built for our organization. In that career site, it can be linked with any of the other tools like LinkedIn, Twitter, or any of the other maybe it's like a social networking sites. Okay, and also it can happen with the job boards. The same link will automatically be published with the help of recruiting marketing sites. So career site builders, it will published onto that particular other social networking or the job boards. Automatically it will get published. But whenever you see only for the recruiting, we will get this particular link. We can copy this link and we can send it to the recruiters can send to multiple email recipients, or he can post it this link at the LinkedIn page. He can post it in Twitter. He can post it manually. He has to do it. All these activities. Whereas if you learn about that recruiting marketing, so if you set up that recruiting marketing for this system also, it can also go and automatically set up the career site over there, and it can happen there also. Okay. For now, this is this is the one career opportunity. If you see administrative support, we have not given any of the job description details or whatever it is, but we have to if you see, if we just go apply, it will ask for to create the account for your own basis. So you can just create an account. So automatically this career page, okay, this is one of the opportunities, career opportunities page, which is a default page brought from the SAP SuccessFactors recruiting system. So how to manage these career pages, we have to learn it from the recruiting module itself. Okay, so this is what you can see it on our recruiting. So if you go to the recruiting admin, Okay. So if you see, you can see all the features which are available over here. So you have to learn about all these features so that you will become a recruiting consultant. Okay, because we are just helping, because what exactly the success, the product is already there, and we want to help the recruiters or hiring managers of that particular organization in a smooth way for them, how they want to launch it, okay, how they want to use their system. So for that only we will be helpful, because the being a partner based or a SAP SuccessFactors consultants, we have to help for those customers with by configuring or by setting up this particular setup for them. Okay, so this is what all about the recruiting we will be learning in this particular course and all. So maybe I've just given a small introductory about this particular system. So if you have any doubts, you can ask. So I can give you the same picture for the onboarding activities. So maybe you feel like this is one of you're getting some idea how the recruiting procedure, in what all the things that we have to do it, we have to help for the recruiters and the hiring managers.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which component of SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 allows new hires to access and complete their required paperwork digitally? Option A, Learning Management. Option B, Document Center. Option C, Recruiting Management. Option D, Compensation Management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So I was talking to you what exactly the onboarding 2.0 things here, what all the things that we have to see it. Maybe you guys can able to see it. So you want me to join. This is the process map. Okay. So when it comes to onboarding, what all the things that we have to do it under the implementation part. So we can see setting up onboarding 2.0 from the provisioning system. The first step, what we have to do here is like, so after enabling all 2.0 in provisioning, and we can assigning the necessary role-based permissions to the administrators, and we must configure the onboarding 2.0 solution in the tenant, whatever the instance that we will be getting. So this is the workflow for implementing onboarding 2.0. Is a multi-step process. The first process would be is like, after setting up the first two parts, after that we'll be going and deploying onboarding process definition. Okay, so because deploying onboarding process definition is nothing but, so whenever we want to exact process, yesterday I said like we will be creating onboarding and offboarding step tasks and all, because as an implementation expert, we should configure and we have to deploy a process definition to enable this particular onboarding 2.0. We have to execute a sequence of interdependent linked procedures. They are in the part of our onboarding and offboarding program. Yesterday I've shown some of the templates, right? Update process. These are the tasks and all, right? If it is offboarding, send a farewell message, write a farewell message. Like this, that part we have to do it. We have to do it in this deploying onboarding process definition. We have to configure that thing in our admin center at onboarding, on onboarding and offboarding place. Okay, so that's the thing. After that, we also need to do the data model configuration for onboarding. Okay, so because this is we have to configure through managed business configuration. We can do it in managed business configuration when setting up onboarding 2.0. The fields need to be configured on the employee central data model. Okay, so where we have to do it, that particular part, we will be seeing it in this. Likely, I can discuss with you about the employee data model activities. Okay, and also if any customer requested, if any onboarding process fields need not to be used only for onboarding, we can add a custom HRS fields elements to the succession data model also, which is like an employee data model. Employee data model, which comes from the employee centric data model. So then if the employee answers, the system will generate and send the new hire waiver for the things and all. See, for example, if any additional information that we would require regarding their health. Okay, so those kind of things we can able to configure in our data model, and those things we could able to question them in the onboarding time and all. Okay, so that is what we can do it. After that, we can also do it integrating recruiting system with the onboarding 2.0. So recruiting our recruiting integration system, because this is mainly integrating recruiting systems with onboarding facilitates, because the flow of user data between recruiting and onboarding systems, we can see it. The integration passes the user data that is gathered from the candidates during recruiting to be used in the onboarding process. So that we can see it over here. I'll show it to you. So configuration, data collection in onboarding. This is another important point, because especially for configuring data collection process. The data collection process would be this main important thing, because this is a standard data model only, where we have to collect personal and onboarding related information from new hires. Generally, we have to take this one, because the first data collection task begins when the provide data for onboarding. There could be one file we will be setting up. So from there appears on the new hires homepage. So which yesterday I've told you, right? The things that we have to keep in mind whenever the coexistence of onboarding 1.1, 2.0. First one would be post hire verification and correct new hire data. The second one would be is like new hire login and home page time. So these two things are important to collect the data also. So that is the reason configuring data collection in onboarding 2.0, we will be seeing it how we can have it. So after that, we will be going and doing it managing onboarding onboarding template. Okay, so onboarding template is nothing but we can configure document templates to map our data collected from new hires to the customer documents required for onboarding. Okay. So after completion of the data collection part, the next one would be is like the business rules associated. We will write some of the rules associated with document templates are evaluated. So how to configure a document template to have customized documents for the data collections during onboarding. You can configure a document by having basing on that particular requirement also, because the customers may not be interested with the standard templates. They want it like a customized templates also. So you can save the documents as the template, and we can map the onboarding data to it. Okay, so those things also we can perform. We can creating a document using Adobe Lifecycle Designer. Those are the a few of the points how we can making it. All those things we can see it. How to mapping document placeholders. Those things we'll be seeing at the end of the onboarding tutorial. Okay. So now we will be starts with the first topic would be like recruiter's experience. So introduction to the SAP recruiting management, where you can watch out with all these things, recruiting process diagrams. So which I have already shown to you in our first class for the first job requisitions part. We have discussed requisitions creation and postings. So now the first part would be the workbook. Okay, the workbook, we will jump onto the workbooks, and from there we can see the first topic, which is like the first thing would be whatever we discussed, the requisition fields part, how to configure the requisition fields. So we can, because this is the fields is like automatically the requisition, the first part, the user may go and create the requisitions. Okay, the recruiter or a hiring manager or whatever it is. To create that requisition, first before we have to create the requisition template. Okay, so that is the first step that we have to see it, the requisition template, before jumping onto that XML part. Let me explain to you what exactly the workbooks. So the workbooks should be like this. So the workbook would be consists of, this is the part, table of contents you can follow. So here if you see, whatever the template details, the requisition template details will be available over here. This is a predefined one. And if any example, if you want to create it, any example, you can start from here. Okay, so this is the point where we can discuss. So the first one, and next the first step would be is like how the recruiting system will be available for us, how to set up provisioning for recruiting module. Okay, after that see how to set up admin center for recruiting module also. So now first thing here is like, so the XML I'll discuss anyhow while creating the requisition fields. I can discuss, and the workbook I just shown you the workbook over here. So basing on this particular workbook requirements only, we will go and do the requisition part. So after that, the primary part would be here is like how to set up the provisioning for recruiting module. So this could be a basic thing that we should be knowing it over here. So what exactly the basic thing, what we want to think is like, the basic thing here is like, without activating the recruiting module, we could not able to see it on our instances. Okay, if you see on any of the instances, how you are able to see the recruiting module. Okay, so without activating or without enabling or checking of the features, the recruiting module will not be appear on the instance. So this is one of the instance for us. Okay, so this instance, the having a recruiting module is there. If you go to the admin center, there is a module called recruiting module is already there. How this module have appeared? So this module should appear with the activation from the provisioning system only, it will happen. So otherwise you can't see all these features or whatever it is. Okay, so now the first thing here is like, if you want to get it on your instance, because most of the work we will be doing it in the instance only, and whenever we want to load the XML files, whenever we want to activate any of the features which are related to the recruiting, we will go to the provisioning system. Okay, so now the provisioning system, if I want to see it, so let me, okay. So this is the company. Okay, this is a provisioning SuccessFactors Business Executive. So provisioning will be there, and what all the companies that we are working, the support team from SAP support team, they will able to activate this for our provisioning setup and all. Okay, so what will happen here is like, once you done with your if you see, the example I can just tell you here is like, you have been allocated for a RCM project, okay, RCM implementation project. So what will happen, this recruiting RCM implementation project you have been allocated. Okay, so this anyhow we will be working with SAP Activate methodology. Okay, so how the Activate methodology would be used like. So this is, as I said, like this is like a provisioning, and the differentiation we will just discuss and we will jump on. Okay, so the instance versus provisioning would be like, the instance can be accessible by implementers because we are the peoples, and administrators and the end users. Administrators and the end users, they will come in a little later stages. Okay, so the little later stages in the sense, once implementation is done, when we deploy to the customers, when we deploy onto the production system. Okay, so we will be creating the administrators and the end users, because the RCM super admin, we will be acting as a administrators, and the end users will be the who are the users who are going to use this particular system. So, and the similar way, the provisioning will be accessible only for the implementers and only for the SuccessFactors customer support team. So what are the uses of these things? Instance, we can do all these activities, we can tiles, customize themes and so on, and we can provide the managed permissions, we can generate the reports, we can initiate and manage company process and cycles, which is meant by entire admin center. Okay, so that we will be taking care at all these initiate, if you see company process and cycles, that is what you can see, initiate and manage company process and cycles. We can major activities and all, we will be doing it. And after that, when you come to the provisioning activities, you can only do the configure system features. Okay, and you are enable or disable the purchased modules, because the purchased modules part would come especially on the SAP Activate methodology. So the SAP methodology here, enable or disable purchased modules and upload templates, all the things we can do it here, and enabling language packs also you can do it. Because this particular system is an important system. Let me show it to you. For example, company settings, how you can enable or disable the modules, because you have been allocated to recruiting module. For example, you have been allocated to the recruiting module implementation activities. So initial stage, there could be a four or five stages for now. So one would be like a planning session. Okay, the planning and then realization. Maybe I can, if you take this one, this is the activate methodology that we can see it over here. So if you, I guess you guys can see this one. So now there could be three things: prepare, explore, and realize and deploy phases. So whenever you have been allocated to any of the projects, okay, so being a SuccessFactors consultant, we will be starting the things from the starting point. Okay, so the project preparation, the self-enablements, okay, and initial system activities and all, we can have it. Solution validations, gap closures, configuration values, all these things we will be following it this particular way. Okay, start with executable content, because this is already being a project. So this is like a product kind of things. This product consists of some of the predefined things will be there, but according to the customer requirements, we will deploy or we will make the system usable for that particular customer according to their needs. Okay, so for that, so that particular organization in the project preparation, what we have to do here is like, so we have to go and activate. Obviously, this instance is like a public cloud system only, so we have to go and activate which module that we are going to do the implementation. That activation we will be doing it in the provisioning system. Okay, so in the provisioning system, what will happen here is that we will be having a simple enabling or disabling buttons will be there. So maybe enabling or disable statements will be there, where we have to go and check and uncheck activities we have to do. So now if I just go to this particular part, because being to get this particular access for that particular customer, we have to be a certified consultant. Okay, so if you are not a certified consultant, SAP will not provide you the provisioning system access for that customer, for which customer that you are going to work. Okay, so for that reason on, because without certification, you might be getting a questions. Without certification, I should not go and implement or whatever it is. You can implement it, but you will not have your own provisioning system. Okay, so you have to take care of some. You have to depend on your project manager, or you have to depend on other implementation consultant who have been certified. Okay, so but sometimes what will happen, the first criteria, whenever how the projects will be allocated here is like, so the projects would be is like the SAP, this is like SF product, SAP SF project, right? Product, right? So the product will be sold to, for example, SAP SF sold to Walmart. Okay, so Walmart wants to launch SuccessFactors for their 1 lakh employees. Okay, so what we have to do, SAP SF SAP will have some partner consultants. Okay, so the partner consultants or partners. So okay, the partners would be is like the partner is here. We can say Accenture. You have been employed with Accenture, then you will also be a partner for SAP. So now Accenture will discuss to the Walmart and take down the and it will take down the or it will conduct workshops and will note down the requirements. How they note down? With the help of this standard workbook. Okay, so what in this workbook what we are going to do? So this workbook will be given by SAP itself, because whenever you have taken a product, okay, so that product will be first given to Accenture. After that, we will be giving it to the Walmart. Though Walmart purchased it, but SAP, what SAP will do it here is that SAP will give the provisioning and instance access for the certified consultants only. Okay, so once they have given to the certified consultants will jump on, and first thing would be is like we will conduct the workshops and we will be taking the consideration, because what we will do is like in the job requisition template you could able to see. Let me open a job requisition. So this job requisition template consists of some fields. Okay, those fields we have to, this is one of the template. So this template we will be talking to the customer. So in this template you see all these fields will be there. Okay, so all fields, how many fields are there? So 87 fields are there, including one customized fields. Generally 86, 85 only will be there. If you consider 85 fields will be there as a standard. Okay, so here one of the field I have added it as a custom field because customer asked me to build it. Okay, so like this you can see the 85 fields over here in the job requisition template. Okay, on legal entity division, if you just go to the division, for example, division. So here you can see the division, legal entity. This is like a position information, so which is, we can call it like a position information. Okay, organization information or any texting, which all depends on to the customer requirement. We can write it this instruction. This is called an instruction tab, so which we can call it like instruction over here. Okay, so and you can see first one would be like a requisition instruction. Requisition information is nothing but what is the status, requisition status, this is the value, and what is the ID, requisition ID. You can see it, internal position number or a job code or a job role, you can see it over here. Okay, so there are some other fields also there, posting anticipated start date or whatever it is, if you see it. So once you've already started this and it's been approved, right? So it can be in a high position for the recruiters. And these are all each and every field, the number of openings fields, all the fields, whatever the fields that we wanted, we will be just guessing whether they wanted this particular field or not. If they don't want it, we will be making hide. It's like required or custom. If you put it custom field as false, and if you don't want to show it to them, we can hide that particular field also. Okay, so these are the activities that we can do it while performing the configuration setup. Okay, so no, they are not satisfied with this. They are satisfied with the template, but they wanted additional fields. So where they want to accommodate the additional fields, they want to accommodate the additional fields at this particular bottom level. Okay, so they wanted one relocation amount, and they want to have it some naming convention of their activity code. Some with their naming convention of for this company, with their company information they wanted. So like that, if they want to add any additional fields that they want to do it, we will be just noting it during our workshops, the first stage during the workshops, during the preparation phase. So we will be just going and discussing with them, and we will get the customized fields for our requisition template. Okay, so this is what we have to do it, especially during the initial days of the project implementation part. So after that, what we have to do here is that after that, the subsequent steps will be followed. We can conduct the workshops once we noted all the things. We will go to the provisioning setup, because though the SAP SF given to our partners, we should be going and activating the things that what all the features that we want to build for this product, for this RCM thing, according to our workshops, according to our workbook, or according to our requirements gathering book. Our book is nothing but requirements gathering workbook. Okay? So according to this particular workbook, we can go and sit on this workbook, and we will be going in. The first primary steps would be is that we will be going and setting up the provisioning for recruiting module. So now here, once we come to the recruiting module, how it would be. So once we come into the recruiting module, once we get the for this customer, this you feel like Walmart over here. So some naming was there for this company, but being a demo system, we can show some anything. But here you will be seeing a Walmart. Okay, so for this Walmart system, so if you want to activate any specific thing, the first thing what we have to activate here is like the legal scan and spell check. We have to do it. These are the primary two things. And after that, we will be going for a language bias, because your recruiting system should be shown to in various different languages also. So if you want to show it, because if it is a centralized recruiting system, or if it is a country dependent system means, so if it is a country dependent, if it is a centralized, everything would be in English. So if it is a country dependent system, whatever the languages that they want to see it, we have to click, we have to enable, you have to check or uncheck these particular buttons. Okay, if you check or uncheck, what will happen? Once you open the instance, if you go to the settings, so because the customer will open his system, once he opens the system, if he wants to change the language, he can change it himself. Okay, he can change the language. In that language, what language he wants to change it? He wants to change it in a Malay language. So if he opens, he could not be able to see the Malay language over here, because he can't see his system in his own country language. Okay, so how we can do that? So because if you activate that particular thing over here, then only it will come over here. Otherwise, it won't come. See, if you see, whatever the things that we have activated, those things only is there. See, earlier we have not activated. Bahasa, Danska, Deutsch, you can see it. Bahasa, Dansk and Deutsch, you can see it. After that, directly it has jumped to English, UK, English, US and Mexican, and Spanish, French, all these things, whatever the buttons that have been activated in the provisioning system, you could able to see only those things here. Okay. So now if you come over here, if I want to activate this Bahasa, you can activate this particular button. And if what you have to do is like once you have activated, there is a save button at the right side corner, save feature. And what is the company ID? The company ID would be available on the top of this particular system, or you can see over here also, this is the company, because our company ID would be like a Walmart company ID. For Walmart, we will be giving one company ID over here. Is the company ID that we have to give it. Okay, so this is the company ID, and if you confirm this, what will happen? Simple thing I'm just showing it to you. So how the provisioning will takes an important role at the beginning of the projects. Okay, so now if I've just activated and saved the feature, if you see, this has been activated and enabled. Now, earlier it was not, it was unchecked. Now it is become checked. And if you refresh your system, your language will also come, that whatever the activated language will come out. So this is the thing, whatever you do it in your backend system, this is called a backend system also, we will call it. So those things will come out. So first thing, by activating of all these things, language packs and everything, after that, what we have to do is like, we have to, simple thing what we have to do here is that we have to click Control F, okay, Control F, and search for recruiting. It means recruiting module we are going to activate it. Okay, so if you just go and search it, wherever the recruiting feature is there, you can go and enable that. So now for that, if we have enabled that thing, that is the reason we could able to see all the recruiting activities. You can see it over here. Okay, so if anything that you want to deactivate, if you want to uncheck it. So if you see recruiting, one thing was there, and here enabling recruiting integration with the position management, we can enable this one. This feature can no longer be turned on and it will be depreciated soon. Please use the recruiting management integration option in position management settings. Okay, so that we can do it. So any of this will not be happen. So for our position integration, on the first day I've shown it to you from the position our chat itself. We have created we have created the requisition and all. Okay, so that's the part. And after that, you can see the recruiting. Again, the recruiting button over here. Search for all the recruiting tabs. This also will be not for sales in productions, must not be enabled. So this is not strictly for development. So, and recruiting parts here, all the recruiting you can share it. And here is the module wise, the entire thing will be, we will be activating over here. Recruiting, use email as external applicant user IDs. All these things you can have it here. So each and everything you have to enable over here. Then only you could able to see your recruiting tab, and this particular one could be enabled, and you can see the things here. If all these things are in disable mode, okay, so you will not able to see this particular button. So for example, if I want to show it, I'll not deactivate recruiting. I'll try to deactivate this particular goal management module and I'll show it to you. If I just click for goal, I'll just go and deactivate the goal management. This is the one, goal frameworks part. What I can do is like, I'll just uncheck all these things and save the feature. So what will happen, we can see it. Okay, so it means if you uncheck all these things or disable these things, we could not able to see the goal management module. Okay, just I have to save. I've deactivated or uncheck all these features for goal management. If I save it, if I go for SFPART 03 sorry, something I forgot, 034116, I believe. Yeah, that is the one. Yeah, 034116, and if I confirm it, and if you want to deactivate any module, okay, like this, you can see it once you come over here. And if you refresh the system, what will happen, or if you log out and log in, so it will get reflect. Okay, now this has been saved. Okay, so if you come over here on the goal part, for example, goal frameworks are all in a disable mode, okay, unchecked mode. So if you come over here onto the system, onto the admin center, see, this has been grayed out. See, if you see here, if you just hover on this, or if you just click it, goal management has not been licensed for your company instance. So what all the features that we discussed here are there: configure system features, enable or disable purchased modules. It means this customer did not purchase the goal management. So for that reason, the goal management is being grayed out over here. Okay, so this is the way where we can go and activate it. If I again activate the goal part, it will come out. So that is the reason. The same way we will be doing it for our recruiting or offboarding or onboarding part. We will be doing it. Okay, so I'm just enabling all these options, features, and if I save it again, it will come for us. So what all the things that we have to activate, those things I can get it.
All of it. Thank you.
So, but majorly, what I said here is like what you can do is like the simple example here is like if you don't know, for example, there is no document. Okay, even while during the implementation, also if they are not given, but generally you'll get a kit while starting the implementation. In that you'll be having a provisioning username and password details, and also XML file templates. Okay, and also you will be having the features, what all the things that need to be activated, one document. Okay, so that document will be getting it. For now you will not get it, but when you actually on the job, you will get all the documents at the time. Because as I said, like you will be SAP will hand over once the agreements, once maybe once after signing off all the things, SAP SF will give the kit, the implementation kit to the partners. It will be given. Okay, so at that time, what will be the primary things that SAP SF will see, whether your partner consultant is having a certification or not. Okay, and you are having experience in implementing RCM or not. Okay, so it means Accenture will provide the solution proposal documents or solution proposal documents or request proposals or RPEs. All those documents they will be submitting to the both of Walmart and SF. So once it is done, they will be providing one kit, which we will call it like a configuration files kit. Okay, so in that kit you can able to see what exactly workbook will be there. You have to open that workbook and you will start further going and conduct the workshops. So, and also the other thing, important thing that time is like they'll be giving you access to the provisioning system, and also they will tell with one particular document what all the settings that you have to activate for the provisioning systems and all. Okay, from the activate what all the things that they will give it for now to learn for our practice. So I'll be giving it what all the steps that we have to do. Okay.
Sure, thanks.
So someone raised some question. Okay, fine. So now I'm just going over here. I'll be for practice now. I can give it, but implementation time you will get it. The simple method for your practice also, but any other practice you will not get this system. Only the instance I will be giving it, because this is meant for me only. Okay, because I'm the certified consultant. I have got it the permissions to set up this particular one. Okay, so but whenever you are in the actual job, I am just telling it for you. Okay, so you can just click it, Control F, and you will be going and typing the recruiting. So it will land it to all recruiting, what all the recruiting is there. Some of the things we have to check it, whether if it is been depreciated, you need not to enable that one. So if it is not depreciated and it should be useful thing, you have to go and activate all the recruiting tabs. Okay, so these are the important things that we have to enable it, being a implementation consultant at the initial stages of the projects start. Okay. So now if you see here, so you have been activated with, so now if I go back to the goal and if I activate it, it will come. So better what is the one important thing over here is like don't get any of the confusions and all during the implementation time. Is like whenever you have enabled any feature, please log out your instance system and log in. Okay, so that what will happen, the feature will get refreshed. So this is the simple way that we can see it on one particular topic which we are covering here as well. By setting up provisioning for recruiting module, we have set up it. So for that reason, we can see all the features of recruiting module over here. Next, what all the other things that we have to set up in admin center for recruiting module. So maybe I have to take you one particular class on the role-based permissions also. Okay, so there could be one feature called role-based permissions. Okay, so the role-based permissions, in the sense, basing on to that particular role, the permissions we have to give it. Okay, so especially, for example, as I said, like we will be able to see the implementers, administrators, and end users. End users, whenever the end user logins, like how the end user logins, this is like a super admin and the implementer or a super admin. You can see it over here. Okay, he is a super admin guy, and this super admin guy access can be created in provisioning only. Okay, how you can create it, because the first person who logs into the instance would be is like a super admin. Okay, so though the credentials, the details, and everything we have got it from the SAP SF to the partners, the first thing what we have to do, we have already set up. We have already set up the RCM module. Okay, recruiting module, we can call it like a recruiting management module. Okay, so you have created, you have already set up RCM module from provisioning standpoint. You have created. Okay, so now you have to know what is the instance. So obviously you'll get the details of the instance and also, but how to log in into the instance is like, from the provisioning system itself, we can create the admin for the instance also. That who becomes the first admin of that particular system would be nothing but system super admin, or we can call them as a super admin, or we can call them as a system admin, like that also we can call. Any naming convention, that's okay for us. Okay, so how you can create that first guy? Okay, how you can create it? You have to create the first guy from the provisioning system only. Okay, so how you can see it is like admin. If I just click it admin, if you can search for admin, you will get this admin part, admin area, where you can see create admin. See, this is the first one. Admin username would be like, we have to enable this particular admin. We can call admin. For example, in our organizations, we can view admin as of admin, we can call it, and password, we can give it some password. Okay, and admin first name would be like Anya, and the sync is the last name, and address would be is like sync@westrun.com. So this is for the demo system. We run on Westrun. For our company thing here is like, we can have it walmart.com, like that. Okay, Westrun.com, and we can have this email address could be any of the admins also. Admins in the sense, see, for example, you are the one. Okay, you are the employee of Accenture. Okay, so what admin email that you want to give it here is like Sriram. Okay, Sriram@accenture.com. Okay, like that we can give it all here. So for now, I'm just giving it Anya Singh @the rate of Westrun.
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
From customer, here you can mention customer will receive email notifications and all. So Here you can write it, as I said, like Accenture.com, you can have it. And here you can give customer details also. So what kind of things here is like. Okay. AA, okay, and then you can have it. And the customer email address would be here as well. You can mention the customer email address, aanya.sing. For example, what we can give it here is like Walmart. Okay. They will also go create one thing and all. So if you just click it here, so again here also you can see. So now the super admin is being created. So once the super admin is being created, with that username and password, you will get an email notification. You will get it. Okay. So with that username and password, you will able to log in into this particular system. So once after coming into this particular system, so once you log in, because we have activated recruiting module and we have got a admin system also. Okay, so now we will directly, once we come over here, we will go to the admin center, because these most of the activities will be created by the SAP SF support team only. But in case if it was not done, I'm just teaching you for your purpose. You guys can go and jump on, and you guys go and can do these kind of things also. Okay. So now here you will just click here this particular button. Once you come on to the admin center, you will click this particular button. Only this manage role-based permission access feature only will be available over here. Okay. So if you see, once you log in, you just click this manage role-based permission access, and here you would be adding your user itself. How you have to add it, Ananya Singh, you can access, you can add it yourself, or if you want to add any other users, you can add it, other admin users, and also if you want to add it, you can add them over here. Okay, so for now, Ananya Singh was there. Ananya Singh, you are the first person or first admin guy who can able to access RCM admin system. Okay, RCM system. So now Ananya Singh having these two actions. One is like allow access to this particular page, that it is being grayed out. Why? Because we have made Ananya Singh as a super admin in the provisioning system. Okay. So for that reason, this allow access to this page means this manage role-based permission access page. So this has been grayed out, and by clicking role-based permission access permission admin means the other features which are on that particular part, on that particular role-based permissions, set user permissions, she can able she can able to see all the other features also will get enabled over here. One feature is like creating the groups, permission groups, creating the roles, and role-based permissions migration activities. You can have it, and security permission reports and user role search, and we can view the user permissions, what all the permissions that we can give it. So this is the main things that we can see it at this particular stage. And when you go to the RBP setup, okay, which we can call it like a role-based permission setup. So in this particular setup in RBP, because these are all the things, RBP, all these things we should be generally learning in Employee Central. So maybe in Employee Central or platform dependent course also we can learn it. So now this I'll explain to you here what exactly the managed permission groups and managed permission groups. So as I said, like you logged in as a super admin now. Okay, but the you would be the super admin and you are a part of Accenture company. Okay, once we launch, okay, once we implement, we have done all the configuration for RCM and all, we have done it. And after that, what we have to do, we will be loading all Walmart 1 lakh employees into this particular system. We will load it. Okay, once after loading, we will make few people as a administrators and few people as a end users. Okay, so once after loading, once after adding of these things, because what will happen for the administrators, the system when they open with their username and password, the system will looks like as a administrator system. When the end users like employees, maybe in 1 lakh employees, we have made 1,000 administrators, for example, across the world. Okay, so or 1,000 or 100 administrators, for example. So Walmart has been existed in thousands of stores in US. Okay, so if because 1,000 each store should be having one administrator, because in that particular store the employees would be some 100 employees or 200 employees or 300 employees or 1,000 employees will be there in that particular store in all departments. So all those 1,000 people will go and log in, and if any requirements are there or any new recruiting systems, or we have to recruit to that particular branch Walmart or whatever it is, those activities the recruiters will also be there. So for our recruiting part, we will get it later stages, whoever will be the parties and all, we can have it. For now, for across 1 lakh, we can make some 1,000 people as an administrators. So in that 10,000 people would be like a managers. Okay, so and the other 89,000 would be like a normal employees, like associate employees or senior employees or whatever it is, the level from the employee central we will be giving. Okay. So for them, when they open their system, for a hiring manager it would be looks in a different way, and for a employee it looks in a different way. Okay, so for that reason we have to do one particular setup to make the differentiation between the users and all. We have to do it through this particular set user permissions part. Okay, it means in first part, manage permission groups, we will be creating the group of employees. Like as I said, like 10,000 managers, we have to create it separately. Okay, so employees, all employees, we have to create it under employees group. We have to create. Okay, so how you can create the groups? The first thing here is like to create, before creating the groups, we will be going and jumping on, we will be going and creating the users and all. So these activities, these permissions, groups and all, we will be able to do it at the end. Okay, for especially administrators and the employees group. But for our recruiting groups, so we will be able to give the permissions to the recruiters. We have to give the permissions to the hiring managers who is having a tag of hiring managers. So all those employees we have to create it. We have to keep overall the recruiters are there for our organization. Okay. So for 1 lakh employees, there could be some 500 recruiters to do the recruit across the world, kind of thing. Okay. If you're doing a centralized pattern. So for that reason, we will come over here and we will create the recruiters group. We can create it. Okay. And after that, so there could be, though you are a super admin, you have some permissions, you got it from provisioning system, but there could be some permissions we have to enable according to our roles also. If we go to manage permission roles, in manage permission roles, obviously the system admin role or system group admin group also will be there, because now single role that you have created from the provisioning system. Okay, so multiple, if you want to make some of the other consult, because RCM admin cannot be implemented by one consultant, it can be implemented by 5 or 6 consultants in Accenture system. So you have to make other people also, means the other 6 people also. If you want to do it, what you have to do is that you will be creating one particular group called system admin group. So for example, there is already a group is there. For example, we have how to create the group is also, I'll just show it to you. Okay, so there is a system admin group is already there for here. Okay, so but for now, what I can do is that I'll just create a group for you, create new group, and I want to create a group called recruiters group. The recruiters group is nothing but, I'm just calling yes, Sriram and Jahvi and Rubin. Okay, SJR recruiters group. How you can add a recruiters group like this? So SJR recruiters, how you can add this group is like, you can create this particular group name. Okay, after that you can come over here, so you can choose a job code called job code with a recruiter's job code. Okay, who is having a recruiter's job code? How you will get this data? You will get this data from the employee central, because in employee central the employees have been added into the system. Okay, so maybe there is no recruiters with this recruiter title. So maybe what we can do is like, I go and search for recruiter or HR professionals, will make them as a HR. Make them as a HR professional simply. Maybe in real time scenario, whenever there is an employee central is already in place, we can get the recruiter will be there. Okay. So I just want to add all the HR professionals as a recruiters. If you update it, there are 195 HR professionals. We are making all these them as a recruiters. Okay. So once you add this particular group, so for this group, you want to give one role. Only the recruiter's role you want to give it. Okay. So this is a group that we have created simply for now. So we will go to the admin center, and there could be a role will be there, because creating the groups is okay. But what kind of role? If you did not give any role, he will not be accessing the system according to that particular role. Okay. So because recruiter role means recruiter should have access to the recruiting system, and he can able to raise the requisitions, he can create the requisitions, he can adjust the requisitions, he can modify the requisitions, or he can go and apply, he can go and do the candidate management activities. He can go and apply. He can go and add the candidates. He can schedule the candidates. He can interview the candidates. All those roles we have to give it to them. Okay, so it means what role that we have to give it to them here is like, so now if you go to over here, if you go to the manage permission roles, the roles we can create the roles over here. Okay, already system admin role is being created. For this system admin role, there are all complete permissions for this entire system is there. Okay, for you, your customer is only doing it recruiting management system. Being a system admin will have only the recruiting system access on. So how you can give that system access? If you go to the, you have to create a system admin role, and in that system admin role, you will be accommodating all your admins, like 10 admins or 15 admins. You have to accommodate the 10 to 15 admins, and you have to create the permission role, and you can create it, this system admin permission role, you can create it. But especially for this system, it consists of all the things are there. But whenever you are doing it for recruiting, what you have to do here is that you have to open like this, and you will be creating a system admin. Let me create you one thing here. I'll just show it to you. Only the system admin for recruiting, for example. You can just create it. System admin role. So maybe SF admin recruiting. For recruiting module only, I'm just going and creating it. SF admin. Okay, so now once after creating this one, you have to click permission first. Okay, and click permission, you can search here also, you can search for recruiting. The simple method here is that click recruiting tab and click recruiting wherever the recruiting is there. Okay, go to that recruiting and give all the permissions over here. Okay, hide these things. So you should not give these things. Why? Because if you enable this thing, it will hide the copy existing job requisition, browse families, roles, or create new job requisition. It will hide it. Okay. Wherever you see recruiting, you can give it recruiting permissions. Okay, give all the permissions you want to view and edit access, you can give it, because this guy is a super admin for this. Okay, we can follow over here. We can give it all the permissions, we can give it for here. Okay, for all the things we can give it. Wherever the recruiting tab is there, open that and give all the permissions. Okay, because now we are giving a permissions to the super admin recruiting module. Okay, give all the permissions except this field level overrides. Okay, done. Maybe this is done. And next, again, the recruiting, wherever the recruiting tab is there, recruiting permissions we have given. After that, MDF manage recruiting, you can go to the manage recruiting part. You can select all. Okay, and after that, manage MDF recruiting objects also, you can give it all these things, because this is like a super admin access for recruiting management system. Okay, you come over here and you can do it. Come over here, provide all these access. So you can view all these access. Okay. So next, after the things, recruiting permissions we have given, MDF recruiting permissions, manage recruiting we have given, manage MDF recruiting objects. After that, we have given for all the things, recruiting permissions, we have given all the things. Okay, so what all the things are there for recruiting, we have given. Okay, so now you just click done and save changes. Okay, this is a simple thing that we want to give it. Okay, super admin recruit. So now, if you see, this is in an inactive stage. Now what we have to do, we have to make active, means we have to add the group also, because for whom we want to give this access, super admin only we want to give it. Okay, recruiting super admin, recruiting module super admin. So for that, what we have to do, we have to grant this role to, just grant this role to. You can select your group. So either if you give it for recruiters, maybe if you give it to SJR group, for all the recruiters, they'll have a super admin access. No, we don't want to give in such a way. We want to choose some other admins also, we can choose. So first admin, I can choose Ananya, or you can just type it as admin. Or you just click admin. There are some other admin users also. So you can make one, or you can have recruiting admin also, you can create it in the groups part. And for that guy, you can give it. Okay. So I want to give it for admin. Okay. Or let me park it over here. So I'll go back now like this only. You just keep it. We will go to the recruitment groups. So we'll go to the group permission groups. This permission groups, we can just go and create SJ or recruit. Okay. So we want to create one guy over here. By username, we can get it. Okay. Here you just type admin. Okay, these are all the admin people. Okay, some of the admin, or for EC also, these are the admin people, right? So now I want to go and give it for all the admin people. Okay, or I can choose some of the admin people, or I can give it all. So, okay, there are some 4 pages. admin by this. Okay, in the first page people only have given it. Along with that, I want to give it for SF admin also. So SF admin we can give it, and also I want to give it for Ananya Singh also. See, it comes under SF admin only. She comes under. So we have given for SF admin. This is the, okay. We have given access for all these people. We can delete easy guide. Why should we want to give for a easy? This LSC. Okay, admin LSC. All these people we have given, and then we can say, and there are 10 people are there with this. People is like Ananya Singh is there. Okay, Ananya Singh is there. Admin, all James Hawk, all these people are the admin, super admins for this particular system. So now you can just copy SJR recruiting module admin. You can see it. So once again, come back to the set user permission, go to the manage permission roles, and here you can see SF admin recruiting. For this guy, we want to grant this role, we want to grant it to this role of people. Okay, maybe you can see recruiting. You are giving it this for this particular people, and this is called what all the permissions that we want to give it. We can just click all. We can click it, and you can just save it. Once after doing, there could be in the bottom you will be having a save changes. You have to click it compulsory, otherwise this will not be saved. Okay, so this is the way SF admin you can give it, and you want to create another role for a recruiters. For recruiters, maybe we can have SJ or recruiters. This group is for SJR recruiters group. And what are the permissions that we want to give it? For permissions, we want to give it for recruiters here is like all these recruiting permissions. Okay. And maybe recruiting permissions, MDF recruiting permissions, we can give it. But object permissions, we will not give it. Okay, because these are all the things that they can see, right? Campaign, candidate follow part, and all they can see it. Candidate activity or whatever it is, they can see the pool, they can see the pool member, the recruiting sensitive personal data list, and all these things we can give it. We will go and give the recruiting permissions, we can give it. We have given the recruiting permissions. Recruiting, MDF recruiting permissions from the, there could be two standpoints over here. If you see, there could be two things. One is like user permissions and the other one would be like administrator permissions. So for the recruiters, we have given user permissions, but in the administrator permissions, we just want to give only manage recruiting part of it. Okay, we will give all the managed recruiting part activities, but we don't want to give it. Another thing would be like manage MDF recruiting objects. This we will not give. Why? Because we have already given to access those particular buttons, we have already given under the user permissions. Okay, but to create that object or to change object, we don't want to give it for the recruiters. We want to give that permission only for the admins, because admins only will go and modify the objects, because the configuration setups they will be giving you. This is a configuration setup part. Okay, so for the recruiters, we want to, there are four things are there. Manage recruiting and manage MDF recruiting objects. Okay, in both user permissions and administrator permissions. User permissions is nothing but is like to control on the user activities and all, we can control with this permissions. Administrator means all the configuration setups. If we want to do the configuration setups, we can control through the administrator permissions. So these are the two permissions tabs will be there. For each and every module, it will be there. Okay. So now we are doing it only for the recruiting module. So we don't want to give manage MDF recruiting objects permissions. We don't want to give it under administrator permissions tab for recruiters. For super admin, recruiters, recruiting super admin, we have already given this. Okay, we can say done. And once we come over here, before save changes, we want to grant this role to select SJR recruiters. Okay, if you search for SJR recruiters only, you want to give it. Okay, save done. So this role SJR recruiters, we want to give it, and we can scroll down here and save changes. So this means the setting up the admin center permissions we have set up it now. Okay. So we have done setting up admin center for recruiting module. We have completed by creating recruiters admin and recruiters we have created, and we have given the SF admin recruiting and SJR recruiters we have given it. Okay. So in our tomorrow's class, we can watch out how we can create the candidate management, applicant status and all. Yesterday I've shown it to you, right? In our first class, I've shown it to you. Maybe I can show it to you over here. So if I go to the recruiting module, under the candidates workbench, you can see some of the. So these applicant status, how you can new application first, shortlisted, phone screen interview. So those applicant status we have to create in the provisioning system. So for that reason, I'm just covering this particular concept in the beginning. So you see, these are all the things that they want to do it, right? So for that purpose, if they, for example, if they want to do, I've given for super admin, I've given 4 permissions, and for recruiters, I've given only 3 permissions. Why? Because object configuration level, they don't want it. They wanted to go and do, while the recruiters, if they want to do these features, anything, because if they want to delete the candidate, okay? So recruiter should have that thing, right? So if they want to manage offer letter templates, okay? So though we have created at the beginning, at the implementation starting time, we might have deployment time, we have created some templates. But in between, when they are using, the recruiters might be using, during that time, if they want to create a new template, we should be giving a permission for them for the recruiting permissions under the administrator tab also we have to give it. So that's the reason we have to give it. Otherwise, see, even these features also we could be choosy over here. So for example, if I go to, I'm telling here, you need not to give all, select all, but at least you can have a choosy part also. See, for example, here for SJR recruiters, if I go to here, I've given for all the things. Okay, so user permissions I've given it. Okay, user permissions we have to give it, because to control on the user activities and all, we have to see recruiting permission. What all will be there? If I want to check the background check of that particular candidates, or if I want to delete the job requisitions, or like that, we can have it from the user perspective. We have to give. Under administrative perspective, object creation and all I have not given for the recruiters. Only for the admins I have given it, because those are the implementation consultants. For recruiting, I have given only the tab called Manage Recruiting. Manage Recruiting in the sense, for example, if they want to do internal or external career search settings, or they want to check out the posting activities. Okay, so if the recruiter does not have this, delete candidate, as I said. Okay, so even in this also we can go for a choosy kind of things. Need not to give select all for the recruiters. If you want to do it, you can do that. Because employer referral program setup, who will do that? Employer hiring manager will not do it. Only the recruiter's job only, that the thing. Whenever they are creating the job requisitions, they have to set up employer referral program over there. So for that reason, we want to give the or import candidate competency ratings. Delete the candidate, as I said, like these are the recruiters only. They have to set up the agency. They have to create some agencies. Agencies is nothing but consultancies, because all the jobs will not be taken care by the recruiter itself, right? Or Sometimes if it is any hot job and if the recruiter wants to close or company wants to close immediately, means we will depend on to the some of the consultancy companies. So those we will call it like agencies. Okay, all the things cannot be managed by the people, right? So for that reason, we can have it with these particular buttons for it. Okay.
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Primary things with respect to introduction to SAP SuccessFactors recruiting, and we have observed a few of the activities related to setup provisioning and admin center. So now today we will go and create and configure applicant status. So which is nothing but this is going to be a primary thing here. What we can do it over here on this is like, see, the create and configure applicant status are nothing but whenever we want to, whenever we are doing it on our candidate workbench. If I go to the recruiting system, you may observe, okay, if we go for recruiting system, okay, so you might be seeing some of the things here. Okay, so if any requisition, for any requisitions, we'll be having a candidate workbench. Okay, so if I just click it, view or edit requisitions, when we want to do it, applicant status is nothing but for our candidates movement from one level to another level. Like first thing would be is like candidate applied. Okay, so once he applied, that could be like a new application for us. And post that, the new application, we will be doing a phone screen test. Like that, you would be seeing the statuses is going to be changed from one status to another status. If I jump onto this we will call it a candidate workbench. So if you see on the candidate workbench, you might be observing some of the statuses are there. So new application, shortlist, phone screen, and then we will be scheduling the interviews. After that, background check, and we will provide the offer, and then we will push on to the onboarding. So you might be seeing these are the some applicant status. If you want to make it a disqualified candidate, requisition closed, hide on other requisitions. You can move your candidates from one place, one status to another status. We can move easily. So for that, we have to set up a status set called applicant status set. So that how we can configure this applicant status is like, we have to do it in two ways. The first would be is like, if you want to add any new applicant status set, for example, so there is, if anything, for example, if they wanted, see, for example, here is like shortlisted is there, okay? So the new application and shortlist is there, and the phone screen was there. So if they want to go and add in between, if they don't want to have a phone screen, or if they don't want to have a shortlist, new application directly phone screen, the customer may request for anything, any status and all. How we can do that particular thing? How to go ahead and add a new status if we want it, we can do it. So the first method would be is like, generally we will do it from the provisioning, and to edit any of the applicant status. Like for example, first I'll show to rename the things, to rename any of the existing things. If how we can do it in two ways. In the admin, in the instance itself, we can rename these things and all. We can rename it. How we can rename it? So we will go to recruiting. We will go to the admin center. Okay. So because now we are using only one applicant status set, which is a default status set for all the requisitions and all. So how we could be knowing that thing? So once we go to the recruiting on the admin center, go to the recruiting and scroll down. There you will be seeing a edit applicant status configuration. Okay, so this is the applicant status one, and here if you see any default one, you have to choose it. So which we are using this one. So for each and every requisition, we are using this particular status set only. We are using it. Okay, so for this what we have to do is that where we will mention also, we will I'll show it to you. Okay, so for now, how to go and edit the existing existing applicant status set, how we can go and do it. So just click on edit on this particular default one, and this is the categories. Okay, so system status, forward invite to apply was there. Okay, so I'll just show it to you in parallel way with other system, so you can observe that also. So if you see, there could be, otherwise I'll duplicate the same thing. So now forwarded first button, invite to apply second is there. After that, you can see system status, default auto disqualified, requisition closed, all those things are there. Withdrawn status will be there. So this new application, shortlist, phone screen, interviews, all those things would be the in progress statuses and all, because those are all in progress status. In progress parts, we can see it if you see on the candidates workbench. So you can see while comparing here, you can see all these are the statuses are there. This is like a forwarded status, and this is like a system status for any of the application. New application is like a system status, and automatic disqualification upon our questions or whatever it is. So if he is not willing to work in shifts, means if we put it yes or no, if you put it no means, then auto disqualify of that particular, like that. So automatically the disqualification will be tagged to the auto disqualified stages and all. Or we can also go directly and we can move the candidate to the disqualification stage like that. Okay, so for that reason, so here you see here on our requisitions, for example. So if I go to this requisition, for example, there are 10 new. This is the project manager. So if you see here for this requisition, because why I'm telling this could be explained to you after creation of the requisition and all, but this thing should also need to be happen in provisioning system. For that reason, I'm just telling. Okay, so now here you can see new application, shortlisted, and phone screen are like this are there. Okay, so forwarded or invite to apply, you can see all the candidates are in this each and every statuses. It is been there. Okay, so now if you want to change these statuses, so as I said, like this from shortlist to phone screen, interview and all, in process status, and new application is like a system status. Okay, and if any withdrawn statuses is like, okay, deleted on demand by candidate, deleted on demand by admin, because sometimes what will happen, candidates says like, please delete my application things and all, because I am not interested to apply for your requisitions and all. So at the time we have to delete that particular application as is. So that all called as a withdrawn status parts and all. So deleted on demand by admin, declined if anyone declined about the data privacy statements while creating the while applying the application, automatically it will get withdrawn by the candidate. If candidate itself, if he withdrawn those status names, we can have it. So now if it comes to the program, so how you can edit it. So first thing here is like, I just want to, the internal label is like shortlisted is there over here. Okay, so no, I want it as it is shortlist only. How you can go and edit is like, you just come over here and you can come to the shortlist applicant status part, and you can come over here and you can just click it, shortlist. Okay, so you can have shortlist for all the other things. Next step would be the interview only. So we can have it like this. Okay, so this shortlist easily we can come over to the applicant status and we can have it. Okay, or otherwise, what will happen? This way you can go and edit any of the things if you want to do it anything, or if you want to add a new status which is already is there in the status bar. Okay, so this is like a statuses from the base. Okay, so in this base you have a few tabs are there, like if you want to have hireable and hide, if you want to keep it for this particular things and all, you can already is there. And there are some other for companies and all, they want to mention their own name if customer is telling. So you can have these things will be there, you can include those things and all. But if customer wants it in a different way, our thing here is like maybe we can have SJR is our company. Okay, SJR is our company. We want to add a SJR screening. So if you want to add a SJR screening, how you can do that? For the same status set, if you want to add a statuses from the base, if you want to do it, how you can do it? We cannot do it from the admin center part. Okay, we have to do it from the provisioning only. So once we go to the provisioning, you'll have an area called a specific area for the recruiting activities. Here, this is the place, the recruiting. In this recruiting, you'll have an applicant status configuration. Anyhow, each and tab I'll explain. So in this particular part, okay. So now the first one would be like a applicant status part, and in this applicant status, if you want to see, this is your same how you can see on the instance, the same lookup you can see it over here on the provisioning only. But here you will be having a edit base. Here you will not have a edit base. Okay, so if you see cancel, you will not have a edit base. Only the status. Now I've changed the value from shortlisted value to shortlist only. You just click I'm done. Okay, so you can just click I'm done. Then if I go to the applicant status, so here also I'm done. Okay, so if I go to if I refresh this, what is the naming convention? It will come. We will just check it out. Okay, shortlist became a shortlist. Okay, so now I want to add a status in between. So new application status shortlist, and then premium shortlist. Okay, so something like that if you want to have it, or recruiter screen, recruiter shortlist, or recruiting or recruiter screening thing and all. If you wanted to add in between these things, how you have to add it. So if customer requested to have a new application shortlist, and then we want a recruiter screening. Okay, recruiter screening like that. If you want to add it in between shortlist and phone screen, how we can add it here is that we have to add it through the provisioning part. So now we will go to this particular one. We can go to edit base. First we have to create an edit base. We will just create an edit base. So in this edit base, you can see all active. Okay, so now you want to add a new status. Where you want to add it, here is like add new status. So where you want to add it, in progress only, you want to add it edit status, and the type would be is like recruiter, and where you want to this is like a applied or a screening or assessment one or offer or whatever it is. So I want to have it this as a screening kind of thing, and you can save this. Okay, in progress only you want to add it. So forward status, system status, in progress status, I've added a a status called recruiter screening. Okay, so if you want to see this screening between phone screen like that, so what we have to do is like phone screen shortlist. After that, we want to have it under. After that, it should have phone screen because of shortlist. We, we have to do it like this. You can create this one status. Okay, so if you want to do any changes to this particular status, so what we can do is like we'll come scroll down. You can just take action, edit. So now save it. Okay, so then after that I'm done. So now the new status is being created. Okay, so now what we have to do, I'm just done. Okay, so after that what you have to do is like you will come to the applicant status configuration. So for which one you want to add it, so either you can do it over here or you can go to your admin center system. Okay, here you can go over here, go to this particular system, go to the edit, add new status. If you add new status, so what we have added one thing called recruiter screening. So that particular button would have come over here. See here, recruiter screening. Yes. Earlier the recruiter screening was not there. Now because we have added a new status in our status bucket. Okay. So there in our provisioning system, we have added the status buckets. So now here where we want to add it here is like we want to bring this one where we want to add it. We will just add this one under the process. If you just click it, sorry, add new status, scroll down, somewhere recruiter, and we can add that one. It will come on to in process only, in process bucket, it will come in process. And then we can just refresh, it will update. So next here we will scroll down and we will just go and see edit. Screening. Here you will go to edit. Okay. So now here, what is the value that you want to give it? Yeah, the same thing I want to give it. Okay. You can give it the same label also. You can see it. And what is the next step text would be is like phone screen. And for whom and all, it should be shown. Okay. So enable this status for internal candidates and both the external candidates. Okay, and hireable, none we will have hireable option. And here you want to give for all the people. If you want to show this one, selectable by people and visible to all, even upline managers, requisition administrator, recruiting administrator, and you can save this. After that, you can say I am done. Okay, so now these are all the active things. If you see here, will come over here somewhere for us. So recruiter screening. Okay. So now this is the screening part, and this we can have move up. So we just want to move up like this. We can move up where we want it. Okay. Move up like this. We have to move this up to here background, and even still you want up because you have to make it in between that particular places. Okay, so move up. Here it has been moved up, and I want to move up between. So shortlist, recruiter screening, and phone screen should be there. Okay. So now this way we can have move up parts and we can say done. I'm done. So now just refresh the system. Just refresh. So maybe if you not refresh, you can see the recruiter screen. Okay. So in between, just come in between here. So we will just go to shortlist, recruiter screening. So now here default in progress status here is like shortlist, recruiter screening, phone screen. Okay, and done. For this, we are done. Now we will see the refresh. Okay, so like this. So how to edit, we have seen it, and how to add a new candidate, we can see it. Okay, so now shortlist after that recruiter screening has come, after that phone screen has come. Okay, so this is the way that we can play with the applicant status sets, whatever the sets that we wanted. So this is also an initial configuration part. So that's the reason we have discussed over here. Okay, so now we can say I'm done here also. You can just click it, I'm done. And then you can move on. Okay. So this is the way that applicant status patch we can see it over here. See, because it all depends on how the implementation is going. If they want to do the implementation first with the English, you can do it now itself. In the later stages, you can add the other language. The first standard would be like we will do it in English only. Even if you are working for any of the other things, first part would be English we will do. Basing on English only, the translations we have to set up. If you are making one default, means that the same default will happen for all the jobs. We can create various things, and we can we should not opt for any default, because you see, whenever you want, you can have a standard structure, but for that particular areas we can jump on one, we can skip it. That's not a problem. Because one status which we created, we will apply for all those things. So, but sometimes what we will have here is like, if you go to job requisitions template, manage job requisition template. While creating the job requisition, if you are creating a various templates, okay. So what exactly is, if you are using the one template, for that template you can assign one applicant status step. Okay, so if you create basing on that particular requisition template, that status set only will come. Okay, so see, for example, because anyhow I'll explain, because this job requisition templates we can create it according to the customer requirement. Some customers, they'll create a specific requisition template for billable requisitions, and all. For non-billable requisitions, they'll create one template. Or for physically handicapped requisitions and all, they will create a separate template. So these are all called some templates. If you go for a standard job requisition template, we are using a status set, applicant status set. Here you can observe that. See here, if you see, this is one of these, this particular part here. If you go to general settings, here there could be applicant status configuration. Here you are using, you can mention it here, KP Merck Talent Pipeline. So for another template, maybe if you have another template, if you are creating this, feel like standard job requisition is like one specific template for us. Okay, so if you are creating the requisitions basing on this template, means for all these requisitions, only the applicant status configuration would be the same. Okay, got it? So for example, if maybe you can defer it also. In your case, if you want to do it, freshers job requisitions, experienced job requisitions, if you are creating the templates in such a way, for freshers you can keep another status set, and for experienced you can keep another status set. So that way we can do it. But well, if you used the same configuration, if you use the same template for freshers requisitions, and for the experienced requisition, if you have used the same experienced requisition template, means we can't change the status as well. Okay, so for that reason only, you have to discuss whenever you are discussing with the customers. We have to take a proper thing whether you want to use the same requisition template for across the requisitions across your company existing in worldwide locations. Means if you want to use the same template, same standard job requisition template, means we will configure same standard. No, I want it for Americas, I wanted one template. For APAC, I wanted one template. Then you have to create the templates accordingly. But even in that also, we should be asking the customer, you should require all these 85 fields, or you want it, or any other fields you want to have it, or whatever it is. Okay, so it all depends on it. See, once we create one candidate, one requisition, we can copy and we can paste and we can create the new requisition templates. We can got it. So that's why we can differentiate it. So now this is one part in here. We will come back at this part. So now first thing here is like we will jump onto the recruiting roles and the recruiting roles. Okay, so what all the roles are there? Okay, so here is like recruiting roles. These are all the operators. We call it like any of the people. Here is like operators, explore about all the groups that we can form it. So here is like you can see groups also is the recruiting groups, and these are the recruiters roles. We have to keep remind of these role symbol and the role always. Okay, so the role would be is like a originator. Originator is nothing but with this role. Okay, so what we can do it is, or use it to permission, read and write access to the job requisition fields and all. Okay, see what will happen here is like we have created yesterday on the RBP part, we have created some recruiters or whatever it is we have created. That's okay. But in recruiting, what provision that SuccessFactors is giving itself also is like each and every field on the requisition template, we can make it visible, or we can make it visible and invisible and editable, visible, and non-visible. Okay, so these three values we can make it for each and every field in the system. Okay, so every field in the system, in the sense, see, if you see every field, each and every field in this, you have the permissions. Okay, so for example, if you want to see the requisition status, you will be having a permissions part. Okay, so even these permissions also, you can define the permissions with respect to the stages. As I said, like in recruiting, we will have 3 stages. One would be like requisition creation time, which we can call it like a pre-approved, and a requisition creation. Once the requisition is being approved by the last final approver, then the requisition will become as a approved stage. And after that, once you close the requisition, then it could be like a closed state. Okay, so in these states, for each and every field, we can give the permissions. Okay, if you see here is like read, write, none is the read is nothing but just to see visible. Write means editable, and none means non-visible. Okay, so when I open my requisition template, okay, when I open my requisition template, I am logged in as a recruiter. Okay, so I can see there are, in a standard job requisitions, there are 84 or 85 fields are there. Okay, but when I open, do I see all the fields over here? Maybe all the fields I cannot. Requisition ID I can see it, status I can see it, only 4 I can see it in the this first category. Okay, in the first category you can see it, requisition information, so which we can see. This is an instruction. So requisition status ID, position number I am not seeing, job code, job role, anticipated start date also I am not able to see it. Okay, so which means recruiter we can give the actions, the permissions, what permissions we have given. For originator, we put it none. For hiring manager, we put it right. For recruiter, we have put it none. So now I've logged in as a recruiter, I cannot see that. So for this requisition, who is the hiring manager for this requisition? If I go and watch for requisition hiring manager, okay. So if I see who is the hiring manager, recruiter is like Michelle, and admin, because we are all, I'm a recruiting admin. So for that reason, Ananya Singh. So Joe McLean, let me see the start date, I can see it all. So that is the differentiation. Each field wise, the differentiations can be varied. Okay. For in all these three stages, we can have each field wise permissions also we can give it. So that is what we have to learn about the roles. First, we have to learn about the roles, what all the roles are there. So for that roles, whether we want to give read or write or none access for that particular field or not, we have to look for it. So now I'm just going to our workbook here. So now we will read about the things. The first role would be like a originator role. Originator is nothing but who creates the new requisition. Okay, so he is the one who will become as a originator. Okay, the originator permissions means who, because if you want to keep your process maps or route maps, we'll call it over here. So if you want to keep the route maps, who will create the requisition? What will happen here is like if recruiter is creating or hiring manager is creating the requisition, that who first initiate that who will become as a originator first. After that, hiring manager. We have to keep remembering of this roles. O, G, R, T, S, W like that. So if it is G means hiring manager. If it is R means recruiter. If it is T means coordinator. If S means you will be having a sourcer. W means second recruiter, backup recruiter like that. Q means we can have a VP of staffing. And V means all approvers, ad hoc approvers. Okay, ad hoc approvers in the sense whenever you want to add any person in between our route maps and all. See, whenever you are creating requisition, okay, so this is the requisition. Now maybe I'll just go and create one new here. If I'm just creating a new requisition, I can see a map over here, route maps. Okay, I want to create a standard job requisition. So now who became an originator? Originator is like a hiring manager became the originator. So originator would be this guy only. So this step in between these steps, what you want to do here is like if you want to go for actions and if you want to add modifier, if you want to add modifier, so that modifiers we can add here, add modifier, location is a required field. Okay, I can. But if I want to add any person in between this route maps, okay, because we will create these route maps also according to the customer requirements, we have to create it. Okay, so if you just go and see on the table of contents, maybe it is not there, I believe, route maps. So anyhow, I'll explain about the route maps also. But anyhow, we will be just checking with them whether what kind of role, what kind of people should be involved while creating the requisitions or not. Okay, so and after that you can see C is the candidate, GM is like a manager upline person, you can have it, and GH would be like a manager's HR VP, recruiter's manager, which is like a recruiting maybe VP for staffing or whatever it is, who will become as a recruiter's manager, where we can have a role called RM. Okay, so these RMs will be RMs or these GMs. For each and every field, there will be these people will be there. Okay, so for each role, For each field, you want to give the permissions in such a way. Why you want to place an important role for the roles here is like for the field permissions, field level permissions, and for a main permissions levels also we should require these recruiting roles are important. Okay, so to run the requisition from one step to the another step, we should require roles, and to give the field level permissions also we should require roles. So what are those roles? These are the roles. Okay, so we have to, the customer can name it, customer can name it anyway. In some companies they can name it originator, hiring managers, additional managers also they can label it. Okay, recruiter means they can have a recruiting team, entire recruiting team they can have it. Because see, what way you want to have it here is like you will assign a recruiter for one requisition, obviously. But whenever you are giving a recruiting team, okay, whenever you are seeing here the requisitions, there is a here, if you see recruiting team, you are giving a recruiter Tessa Goldwalker, and there is a field called recruiting team will be there. Here, if you give the recruiting team means all the recruiters, because yesterday we have created SJR, right? So if you see here is like SJR recruiters, if you want to bring it, see here is like you can bring those people also. See, this is a people pool. So here exclude any SJR recruiter. This is like hiring manager and recruiter, but I want to change recruiting admin, even we can pull all other recruiters. Why we want to pull here is like if any information that we require it. Okay, so for example, in the real-time scenarios, Joe might have asked if Tessa is on leave. Joe can go and ask what is the status or what is the observations or any changes that Joe want to tell to this particular requisition to any of these other recruiters also, Stephanie Decker or Nicola Bed. So if you give recruiting team, entire recruiting team, if you give it, so that Joe can approach any of the other recruiting, and Joe can ask on behalf of Tessa Goldwalker, Joe can ask other recruiters also. For that reason, we should have a recruiting team, we should have it. So for that reason, we are telling recruiting team, all the recruiters, we have to make them as a recruiting team. Okay, got it? So this would be like a service center coordinators, recruiting coordinator, who takes care of the interviews, coordination, activities and all. For them also, we can have a team like that. For the entire team, we can give a permission, the role we can give it. And after that, sourcer and recruiting team lead, even recruiting lead team also, we can have it. Okay, see, because it all depends on the that particular organization recruiting division structure, whatever the structure it is there, we have to create it, that particular structures, but we have to keep in mind these are the roles we have to keep in mind. So we will obviously, where we will create here is like we will create, there is a separate one if you are not comfortable with role-based permissions part. For example, if you are not comfortable with the role-based permissions part, means what will happen, you can go ahead and you can create it in a, there is a feature called, I'm just becoming, if you are not able to, but anyhow, managed role-based permissions is a dynamic roles. Okay, so the roles comes from the employee central or from any of the other integration activities. It will come over to the managed permission roles and it will be sitting over there. But if you want to have a specific recruiting groups for your recruiting system, if you want to maintain, what you can, if you don't want to disturb that dynamic one and all, if you don't want to do it, So there is a separate group also is there in the recruiting, which we can call it like a managed recruiting groups. Here you can go and create, see, these are the groups: hiring manager groups, HR administrator groups, recruiters group. See, this is the recruiters group where we have put it over there on that. So if you just click it, recruiters group, and edit, if you see, these are the people that we have seen it over there in our requisition there on. Okay, so here you can come over here onto the recruiters group and you can add what all the recruiters, if you want to add it. See, for example, if I want to add the user wises, you can add it, or if you want to add a category, you can add another category here. This is also a group, right? So for manage permission groups, recruiting module admin or recruiters, you see recruiters is like 195 recruiters are there. So in this 195, I don't want to have all the recruiters over here. Collaborate is already there. Maybe a few we can add them. If I want to add these 3 recruiters, for example, in the recruiting groups. In recruiters, edit, you can add those users also, you can add it over here. What is the user? So like this, you can add the users who are we wanted, we required and all. Okay. So if I have added here, what will happen? Now it can be added here. If you want to create any new specific group also, you can create it. Okay. So now it is been added. If I go to the recruiting, if I see any requisition, I'm just going and creating new. So we can see our new group people also, we can see all group of people. So if I go to this requisition, see, Stefable, Emilia Bakers, and all these have come. Okay. So this way we can play with the operators. Operators is nothing but all the people, all the roles we wanted. So we can have it this way. Okay.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What feature enables HR administrators to assign tasks and track their completion during the onboarding process? Option A, role-based permissions. Option B, workflow management. Option C, reporting and analytics. Option D, succession planning. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck! Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
First thing here is like we want to go for a requisition fields. Yesterday we have discussed somehow with recruiting roles and groups. Anyhow, with respect to the requisition fields, what all the roles and what all the groups that we will align with this particular requisition fields also we can watch it. So to create this requisition template, we have two methodologies. One would be like a XML, and the other one would be through managed templates also we can create it. So for simple method, first I can go and talk to you about a simple method is called manage templates. How you can go it is like we can just go to the system. Okay, so we can have our system. Let me log in. Keep booking sys. So this we will go to the system. First thing would be like admin center, because these whatever the fields that we are watching out in this particular RCM workbook will be the pre-configured ones. Okay, so already will be there for the any template. The main template in our template part you can watch out here is like under manage templates. If you go to manage templates, you can keep it like a star mark. So manage templates. So in manage templates, there will be any system that you take it up. Okay, so there could be one standard job requisition will be there. Okay, so it's a fresh system also. The standard will be there. The standard in the sense this is the whatever we are referring about this particular workbook. So those details will be there in that particular standard job requisition. Okay, whether you want to use these things or if you want to add a new things, it's up to the customer whenever we are talking to the customer during the workshops part. Okay, so that is the main thing. If you go to the manage templates, there are, as I said, like in recruiting, we have to design these 4 templates which will be useful for our entire job requisition process. Okay, so first thing what we want, if we go for job requisition, so in a fresh system, there could be only the standard job requisition will be there. Okay, so if you open the standard job requisition, so you can see some of the fields have been configured. So how to configure here is very easy to configure in manage templates. Little difficult in XML, but I can show you both the methodologies. So for now, I'm just showing you through the manage templates how to define the fields. See, we are telling only in a standard workbook, you can see only 84 fields are there. Okay, so by using of the standard, few people have configured up to fields of 114 fields are there. Okay, so if you just go to the fields part here, click to modify. So all will be there. ID which is like a RET ID, requisition ID. Okay, so all the instruction tabs also will be there. Okay, first requisition information. So if you want, you can search with this particular details. You can have custom instruction. Custom instruction. This is okay. So customized instruction rec details. We can see that thing is there or not. Maybe if you search like this field is, or otherwise we can search for requisition information. If you search it, whether that field is there or not, we can be able to see it. Requisition information. Some requisition instructions are there, but are not a requisition instruction. This is like requisition number. So, but we don't have this one. We can see requisition status, we can have it. It means they are not configuring in this particular system. We have not configured. So how to configure? So this particular instruction button was not configured. So how we can configure? So for now, what we have to do is like, so if you want to add any field over here, you can add, so add standard standard field. If we want to add, it will come in the bottom itself. Okay. So after that, if you scroll up, then only the field will be there. Otherwise, it will be in the bottom of the system on bottom of the template only. Okay. You have to all together. You have to uh, uh, bring it to the first level like that. So, for example, if you see the standard, whether we can see that instruction field is there or not. Field is not there. Under C, if you observe, that particular field is not there. So then what we have to do, we can just, it is not a standard field. Okay, maybe because of this is the old system also, it sometimes happens. So what we can do is like we can just go to add custom field. In custom field, the field ID could be, you can copy and you can keep the same thing. Okay, and field type would be, here you can have it, the type of field would be instruction field. You can say instruction, and field label would be requisition information. You can mark it. Field description would be like requisition information only. And any other field, any other things that you want to make it required, or it means I want it only false only. So now we have created that. So we have to maybe again I want to bring it that onto the top. Okay, so I have to bring that up. So simply just clicking by this one. There is no other method for us. Even if you scroll, if you hold and move it also, it will not come. Okay, so better what we can do is like we have to just click this particular button up, it will go to up. So otherwise what will happen, wherever we put it, it will resides there only. Okay, so where is that particular field? So we have plenty of fields are there. This also we can't make it. Let it be in the last, what we will see. After SWR only we can see. Okay. Customer relocation amount, we just want to give it requisition, additional information. I'll write it in that way. Okay. So that if it is in the downwards also, it's okay. Good. Additional information. So far how we are seeing our requisitions. So let me duplicate. I'm not saving this one because earlier 114 fields are there. Now I have added one particular field, which is like requisition information. Okay, which is like a instruction field. And if I go and see the requisitions, how the requisitions are there, we can see it. Fine, save as draft only. I'm not publishing it for now. Okay, I'm just saving as a draft because if I publish, I can't show you the difference part and all. So this is one of the way to add the fields, the requisition fields. Okay, in the requisition templates, the first template we are configuring here is like job requisition template. Okay, so this is under this particular part we are discussing. So we are talking about the job requisition template. the template was successfully saved as a draft. Okay, so for now what I can do is like just open the system in new tab, the recruiting system. Okay, if I go over here, when I'm seeing any of the requisitions, okay, so whether it could be any of the requisitions, so yesterday we have created this requisition. So if we go and see this particular requisition, the template consists of, the template does not consist of this particular new field. Okay, so if you see here, so here somewhere relocation above relocation above amount we are putting it. Okay, so there we are placing it. So now it is been saved. We can just publish it right away. And once we refresh the job requisition template, it will, if it's published, this can be done. So this here we can see changes saved like that we will get. So some instruction kind of field will come out above to this relocation amount. So that is where we have put it. Simple way of creating the requisitions. So this way, what we have to do is like if customer is giving 10 fields or 20 fields extra, we have to do that. Okay, or any of these field permissions part also, because the permissions in the sense whether the hiring manager does not require all 115 fields to be seen. Okay, so that is what we have to check also. Now it is done. We will just refresh this. So actually it should come on top of over here, but by scrolling up it may take a little time. So better I'm just so now you can see all the fields here, log out and log off. There are some errors, so which we can ignore it. So for that reason, it is not giving in any stoppage for us. So here is our field. Here it is, custom instruction details, requisition, additional information that we have written. Okay, now we are done with this and we have published. And then now I'll go back to the requisitions templates and we can see the template is being updated or not. I'll log out and log in. Okay, once it has been saved. And we will go to Inmain Center. Sorry, we have to go to the recruiting. So that what we can observe in whether the new requisitions are also is getting or not. We can just check it out. Sometimes maybe the existing positions have already been created. So we will not observe that changes and all. So once we go to the recruiting, so go to the job requisitions, we will observe for this job requisition whether that field is
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
You see that, that is not coming. Why? Because maybe the permissions. Okay. So why it is not coming, I know. Okay. The requisition information we have, whether we have given the permission to see for the people or not. Okay. So in approved stage, whether we have given a access or not, we have to check it out. Okay. Whether we have to given a access, the role for that role, approved stage. Now I have opened as a hiring manager, whether I have given access to that particular role or whether I have put it in none access. So it might be in a none access now. Okay, that's the reason it is not showing to us. Okay, so now what we can do is again we will go back to become self. So it means we are learning whatever the fields that we have added for that particular template, requisition template. At the same time, we have to give the roles also, we have to specify it. At least we want to give a role permissions, we have to give it. Okay, go to the manage templates and go to the requisition and go to the standard job requisition. These many requisitions we can create it. So I'm just going to standard job requisition. So now if you see the field is being created, we will come to the permissions part. And here the permissions also, whenever it is being created, it will be created in a very understandable way. Okay. Because once you created that field, automatically the system will take and it will be ready to give the permission access also like that. Okay, I just clicked on 23 field permissions have been defined. So this is one field permission defined. So what permission is like job code permissions, only dedicated job code permissions only, dedicated to what is the permission type, write permission for what, for which role, recruiter role, what all the fields that related to the job code permissions that are given access to this particular part. Okay, so now in this we don't want to give it. Okay, here the first one starts here. The originator can read these fields. The originator, maybe the originator spelling. Originator can read. The originator can read can read these fields in pre-approved recs. Whether you want to make your requisition additional information field, the originator can read in the pre-approved recs or not. Yes, I want to keep it. I want to read it. Okay, at that time I want to read it. These are all none while creating it. So if you see here our requisition template, maybe you can see under C you can see custom instruction rec details. If you give here, it means the originator, whenever the originator start creating the requisition, he can see this particular field. Okay, it means read access only I've given it. So whether I don't want to give any write access for that. Okay, and after that what it is happening, this originator this is a pre-approved stage and this is in a approved stage. Okay, so can read those fields in approved stage. Yes, what all those fields in approved stage, even my field also need to be readable. Okay, I am not giving a write access because that is a instruction field. I don't want to give as a write access. in approved stage for the originator. Okay, in approved stage, originator. In closed stage also for originator, that particular field need to be shown over there. Okay, you want that way you can give it, and after that originator is done. Who is the next guy? Obviously the originator is done. For originator we have given read access in all stages, in pre-approved stage, in a approved stage, in a and in a closed state. Now the next one would be is like a hiring manager. Okay, the hiring manager would be, who are the hiring managers? There are two people. One is hiring managers and upline managers. For both upline managers, whether I want to give my instruction field should be shown in pre-approved stage. Okay, so if it is in that case, what we have to do, we have to give that instruction details. This is the SF label, okay, SF ID kind of thing. So that we have given in pre-approved stage. Whether he wants in a write, no, it's also read only. In approved stage also, we can give read access. We can give read access. Okay, and then in closed state also, I want to give a read access. So this way, we're learning about the roles also here. Okay, I just simply added a field in our manage templates. I have defined the field. After that, the field permissions for each and every field, we can give the permissions and all. Okay, so that permission I'm giving it over here. Okay, so now here the hiring manager, the hiring manager team, we have in the closed state. Read permission I've given it. Next, the recruiting team. Okay, so the recruiting team consists of three people. One is like HRBP, recruiter, and recruiting coordinator. If you want to add requisition administrator, recruitment collaborator, like that, you can have multiple people. So if you want, you can have it, because in the same bucket we have covered these two people. Okay, after that, recruiting, shared service center, sourcer, you want to keep them in same area. So here, if you can see, because we have not created any sourcer in this particular, which is nothing but recruitment coordinator, we have it recruiter HRBP, we want to put it like this. If for this recruiting team in approved stage, I want to give access or not, and read permission, write permission in all stages, recruiting team for all stages, whether we want to give a write access or not. Okay, if it is not there, that is well and good. Or if you want to give write access, you can give it for all the teams. Okay, and after that, you can see the following roles. What are those other roles? You can see here, if you just click it, all these roles. For all these roles in approved stage, whether you want to give read access or not. Yes, in the approved stage also, I want to give read access. Okay, so next thing would be the recruiting team. Okay, the recruiting team, the statement they would have written some differently. The recruiting team in approved stage, whether this particular instruction field should have a write permission or not. Okay, after that, the recruiting team in closed position, in closed status, whether we have to give the access or not. Yeah, I want to give the access. Okay, so this way we can done with the recruiting team also, write access in closed. After that, requisition create administrator. Okay, or rec admin. We can call rec admin. Rec admin, whether we want to give the permission for rec admin also. If you want, you can give a read access permission. Here you can come over here and give that particular permission. You can enable that one. Okay. And after that, can write in pre-approved stage or not, we can see it. After that, the rec administrator in approved stage, yeah, I want to give read access. Okay. construction, and this is what we can done. After that, and we can give the construction. Okay, we don't want to give it write permission. In approved stage also, the administrator. In closed state, I want to give it read access. Construction details. Construction. Okay. So like this, we can give it in if it is not a closed state. So maybe I'll also in approved stage whether I have chosen or not. I'll just check it. I have chosen. Yeah. So now I'm saying done. And again, I can publish it. Okay. So it means in requisition fields, we may done with it, and also the roles part we have discussed. The same roles according to that particular field we have given it. All read access we have given it in all three stages. And one more thing, while creating this one, if we want to maintain languages also at the description level, we can maintain it. So this way, from the managed template point of view, you can do the configuration. So for example, if you just go and click it, so now if you come over here on the down, instruction, here you can add more, the languages part you can have it. Okay. Now first language I've added English. If you want to add any other language, if I want to add English UK, the same label I want it. For only the labels only, we will just add the languages. So if it is in Deutsch, maybe we can Google it. Or we can add the languages also. So that what will happen whenever the Deutsch guy opens, and if he sets his language as Deutsch, German, then he can German. Generally, we will do Google Translate only. This usually informations and for their company. Okay. So that thing we can come out here, we can copy. Okay. Done. So this we have done it and done. Again, publish it. So we maintain one language. Okay. So it will save. Once it is saved, we can see. So now we have defined one field. We have, as per the customer requirement, we have defined one field, and we have given permissions to all the roles in all the stages, like pre-approved, approved, and closed stages. We have given it. Okay. So now we will just go and testing it whether this is coming or not. Okay. So for now, for that, what we have to do is like we will just proxy now. We can open the requisition. After that, we will also create and see whether the requisition additional information, because we have not, this is like instruction field, right? So we can see requisition additional information, we can see it. Okay. So now what we have to do, now we will just go and click create new. In the create new also, whether it is coming for the originator or not. From the originator, we have given entire places, we have given read access. Okay, maybe if we are creating a new requisition from blank template, the title, okay, what we can do is at least we can browse from the families, browse families and roles. Only one role we are for one role we are creating it. So title we have done, and the hiring manager is Joe. Is the recruiter. And if you go to the next, so in the new also, whether we could able to see that requisition additional information. Yeah, we can able to see this. Okay, this way we can do it through the managed templates. Now we will go and add one more field from the XML side. Okay, XML part. Before jumping onto the XML, I just want to explain to you one thing here is like, let me explain about the concepts of XML. Okay. We all know what XML is like. It's like a extensible markup language and all. So now here in XML, using XML file, okay, let me download one. So whenever the XML, if you want to learn about XML means, XML will be each and every section. Like now, if it is a requisition information, we can take it like as an element. Okay, in the element you can see all the opening tag. You have to open requisition information element. Okay, you will open the element like this. Open tag this is, and the closing tag with a close bracket. We have to give one slash and we have to close it. In element, we can have attributes. Attributes is nothing but what is the mandate, whether you want to make it required equals to true or false. So that is attributes we can discuss here. Okay, attributes should be there and the fields. In that particular instruction field, what are the below fields are there? Relocation amount and SW are the below fields for that particular instruction object. Okay, like that, if any fields are there for each and every element, if you have any fields, you have to define in the fields bracket. The fields would be like this. Even the fields also will start and it will end. And fields contains IDs, case sensitive, and attributes will be there. Okay. So for element, attributes will be there, fields will be there, other elements, other child elements will be there and all. So now for example, okay, so any field, if we want to create it through XML means, so maybe if it is there or not there, because whatever 115 fields will come to this particular XML sheet and all. Okay, so in the XML sheet you may get it here. I'll download the template first. What is the requisition template? What is that requisition template? Where we have to download here is like, once we log in into the provisioning screen, we will go to the respective customer IDs and we can come and scroll down. You can see managed recruiting over here. Okay, so in this, the first one, which is related to the job requisition template. So what job requisition template that you want to download? You want to download a job requisition template of standard job requisition. Okay, you see almost all the things, whatever you see on your managed templates, or you can able to see it. Okay, so when I'm creating a new, here the requisition additional information has come over here. Okay, so now if I go to the admin center, become self, I can click become self over here. So now the first template which we are downloading, if I go to the job requisitions, you can see all the templates what are there, which are there in provisioning system also. So what the first step here, this is the place. Okay, so later on we have got this managed templates concepts post 2016 or 17 onwards. So we just putting the XML a little aside. Okay, So now I have to download standard job requisition. I have to export it. If I click export, the XML file will be downloaded. From the provisioning side, we can download it. And after that, we'll go to the downloads, or we can, if we want to open, we can go to the downloads. It will directly open for us. Okay, so now this is the download standard job requisition. If you open this, how you can see easily also. Okay, maybe I'll just close this XML and reopen. So now I'm just restart this. Now I'll open the standard job requisition. Okay. So now it is been open. So I just want to go to the table view, and you can see how many fields are there. Okay. If you see field definition, 115 are coming. Okay. What all the fields that we have done, even we along with our new field also it will come. Okay. So now this is the place where you can define the fields and all. And this is the place where you will define the roles, field permissions. Okay. So these two things we have to do it by if you want to add any custom fields and all. Okay. Or any fields that you don't want to give permissions, you have to come to the field permissions part and you can change from write to read like that, or read to write, or whatever it is. Okay, so now I will just show it to you. We will add one field over here, how to add it. So before that, I just want to tell you here is right. The first thing, the field definitions here, if you go to all fields only are there. So for example, if any element is there, we can search it. So no elements, because entire in Employee Central, you can see the elements like personal information is one element. In that personal information, for example, there could be some sub elements will be there. The sub elements are nothing but if I go over here, so in employee files, but in recruitment we want to create all the fields separately in a job requisition template, a data model template. So for that reason, we are not able to see the elements. Okay, but for fields also, you might be seeing now. If you go and watch element, if we don't have elements, obviously fields will be there. Fields can have attributes. What are those attributes? Attributes is nothing but, for example, if you take it for one field, whatever the field that you want to take it for status, for example. Okay. The field definition, it is starting with the field definition ID equals to status. So these are all are called as attributes. Okay, so this is called attributes. Attributes is nothing but, you can see on the picture, attributes and labels. Attributes would be visibility equals to both or none. That is what you can see it here. Okay, anything that we can use it here. Visibility or required is there. By visibility is like if you want to make this particular field active mode or inactive mode. Okay, if you want to show that field visibility equals to both or none means we are showing that particular field. We want to show that particular field is like. Okay, so required equals to true or false means whenever we are accessing this particular field. Okay, so whether it is that is a mandatory field or like this. If you see, this is the element. Personal information is in a main element, and this is called a sub element, and this is one more sub element over here. Okay, so and the field required equals to true or false means what we have to assume. So whatever the field that we are reading it, whether that field should be a required field or a non-required field. So if it is a required field, what will happen whenever we open our requisition template? You can see if it is a required field, any required field, you can see star mark over here. So it means for location, we have put it if you go to location, Yeah, you can, because see, as I'm keep on telling you, right? See, if you see the requisition templates means you're seeing a lot number of templates over here. Okay, altogether the templates you cannot hide it. You have to go to each and every template and you can make it hide. Okay, so whoever used the requisitions who which are created on this template, get all those requisitions will have a fax hide in a hide state. Okay, got it? So what will happen here is like, see, you by using of this standard job requisition, if you have created 1,000 requisitions, okay, so all those 1,000 requisitions will get a hide status over there. Okay, that field will not be shown to any of the roles, whatever the roles that we have to. We have given none access for all those roles. It will not be shown. Okay, so if you use this template, see, for example, you want to use 4 templates in the sense standard template I want it, and I have edited few templates and I've put it second one. So like standard, maybe you can take it standard job requisition with GO and FO, Merck bench, RV standard, like that. You have 4 templates in your organization to create the requisitions and all. Okay, so some of the 1,000 requisitions were created on standard. Some of the requisitions of 500 have been created on workbench. So if you are changing only for standard, only for that 1,000 requisitions only, it will change. It will not change for Merck and all, because again you have to come to the Merck and you have to do the none for that Merck also. Okay. Recruiter will become as a recruiter only, because recruiter, what he will do is like, once after the from approved stage, he will be, his job is like, he has to bring the candidates onto the board. He can also create it. Whenever he creates it, he will become as an originator. One is like for recruiter and one is for hiring manager. Or if any ad hoc person can create, means he will become as an originator. So this is the way. So now what we can do is like, so now if you just go for any of the required fields, for example, if you search for required, so location, I'm searching it for location. Location required equals to true, or true is there, okay? And we have given all the things visibility, because all the fields should be visible. Okay, so that is the reason 115 fields should be in a visibility readable status. It should be there. Okay, no, none. Even if you want to hide it, so there is a fax, as I said, like maybe fax might be there or not there. So, or if you want to add a fax or a phone, in this instructions in this book, you'll have a fax thing will be there. Hiring manager fax, hiring manager, recruiter fax number, recruiting team lead fax, and all will be there. So those things we have removed in these days, and also have been removed. If you want, you can have it. Okay. So like, for example, if you want to add a fax field, how you can add it here in this, here is like, so now I'm just making, instead of 150 fields, I want to make 116 now. So where I want to add it here is like, I want it under sourcer team, below sourcer fax. Okay, I want to add it. So for this, what we have to do is like, simple technique here is like, one field we want to create it. Okay, so which is like a sourcer fax, sourcer phone number or a fax or whatever it is. Okay, so simple method is like, you don't know means XML means, what you have to do is like, you just copy. This is one of the field definition. So you copy this particular one, because all languages that we are maintaining it, copy this. Okay, copy up to this, copy, enter. So now I have to copy, and I'm just pasting that whatever I've copied. Okay, and enter. So now here I'll just go to simply field definition ID equals to sourcer fax. Okay, that is the value that I want to give it. And what is the type here is like operator teams only, or I can give it is like a fax numerical number, right? So what we can do is like any numerical number is there. Sourcer, this could be like a what type of field that is. So whether I want to give it like enum, no, I just want to, if it is any phone is there, I can search for it. The same phone kind of thing we want to give it, which is a phone number, right? So whether what kind of, whether it is a text number, I can give it. Okay. So come over here, recruiter's phone. Okay. This is like a derived. Okay. Even we can keep recruiter's phone. Source or fax also type equals to derived only we can put it. We can come to the sourcer. Derived means whatever the value that the employee can give it, he can give it. Okay. So I'm just going over here. Where is the sourcer fax? Yeah. Simply we will give the type called derived. Okay. And then required equals to false. You can give it, and you don't want to have a group name here. Okay. You can close this. Okay. So that is an open tag. Okay. Now the field source or fax. This is the label that we have to keep it. Okay. Source or team fax. Okay. So this is the same convention what we have to use it. So wherever you see it, okay, so this is like GB part. Okay, I want to change it. Okay, so and this is US, I want to change it. Language specific. Okay, this is German. We don't want to do it. I'm not able to do that one. And the field description now. Field label is done. Field description is also a sourcer team fax. And even that also we have to maintain in other two languages, which could be these things. Sourcer team like this. Okay. Rest all I'm just leaving like that. So now one extra field I have placed it. What is that field? Sourcer fax. Okay. So now I have given one particular extra field which is called a sourcer fax, and the label here is like the sourcer fax, sourcer team fax, like that we have given it. Okay. Even somewhere if you see this also looks similar. So what we can do is like we will just change to like this only, but instead of HR I can write it here. Sourcer administrator in the team fax I can write it, because that is not a German actually, but we are just writing it. So now this field is being defined now. Okay, so save it. Okay, how to XML, because these particular things are already there. So what we have open a field definition. Okay, and we have given required equals to false or custom equals to true. We can give it because there is a custom field, right? This could be a standard on a source or fax, so need not to be a custom. So now we can given here, and we have modified all these things. We have to maintain all languages. This is the main language, and we have maintained all languages, and the other field would be like field description we have given. So, and we have closed by field definition, we are closing with a closing tag. So this is a simple way to write any XML code by copying of existing field. And while giving the type only, we have to keep in mind type, whether it could be instruction field, or whether it is like a text field, or whether it is a Boolean field, or whether it is a derived field, or whatever it is. So those testing part we can keep it. After that, after this, what we have to do is like whether we have nested properly or not. If you want to validate, you just validate it. So there are some warnings are there, which we can ignore it if it is any error connections. If, for example, if I remove this one, So if I go and validate means, it will directly shows to us. The validate XML is not well formed. Correct the syntax error font. So like that it will show. So now if I just validate it, as validation is done. Okay, so after that, what you can do is like, first thing, whenever you are doing any XML changes and all, you have to save as version control. Okay, we should have a version control v1.1. So if you have done any mistakes and system got hang up with what all the new code that we are writing, so what we have to do is like, we will again go and load the standard job requisition on it. So for that reason, we have to maintain the version controls. Okay, so like this, once we're done with this, we have to go to the permissions part first. Okay, sourcer facts, we have it here. Also we have to go to all these permissions. Okay, the first status would be here, the definition is done, so we will just go to the read access first. Okay, so this is called the read access area. Okay, the read access for super users and all. Okay, so super users in pre-approved stage, whether your sourcer facts field you want to show it or not. Okay, so you can go to the sourcer team, whether you are showing here. Yeah, what you have to do is like, you just click enter, copy the same thing. Okay, the field definition, how the field definition we have given, that particular field definition we have to bring it up. Okay, how we have given sourcer facts we have given. Okay, so like this we have given. Maybe you can see it over here also. If you see in the field definitions, sourcer sourcer name and sourcer facts. Okay, so now this is, we gonna okay, we can have source of facts. And now we are coming to the roles part. We have given only one role now for now. Okay, so this is a read access for super admins and all. Okay, so you just, what we have to do is like, we will just copy of that, this particular one, because this has been, we have to copy it in multiple places. So next is like for super user default read access for at approved stage. Yeah, I want to give it in approved stage also. So it means wherever the sourcer is coming, below to that source, we can paste it. Okay, sourcer team, sourcer facts, we can have it like this. And next, go to the next thing is like super user default and at the closed access read access. Okay, so read access. We can have read access under sourcer team only. I want to put it.
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So like this, you can, wherever we have put it here, source of facts. So once scroll down, see here is like super user default access at read access at closed also. So we can give it here also. And below we have job code permissions, approved and pre-approved and closed status. If you want to have read access, recruiter for recruiter, write access if you want to give it. Okay, I want to give it a write access also. I just copied and pasted. After that, field permissions for the originator. Yes, I want to give it simply for permissions box. Okay, at pre-approved stage. Okay, read access, write access for originator. I'm not giving it. Maybe if I want to give it, I can give it. Somewhere I can put it. Like this, we have to put for all the permissions part. You see here, this is the read access for some originator, read access originator, recruiter name, you have it, but sourcer name and all, we don't have it. Okay, so sourcer facts. Wherever the sourcer is there, we have to give it. So for now, I've given it somewhere, given it for super admin access only, and I have to give it for recruiter also. I just want to place it somewhere. Okay, it is not mandatory. So for originator, again, we can have originator write access. No. Read access. No, I don't want to give it for. Okay, wherever the recruiters is there we can have it. And this also it is not there. Maybe we can have it at sourcer name, not recruiter name. We can have sourcer facts. Like this, we have to give it in XML. So the same steps. Once adding of that particular field, you have to go and give the permission in all stages. So how we have given it in manage templates, and now we are seeing in the position in the XML also you are seeing it. Okay. So give it for hiring manager also, read access, and for hiring manager also give write access. I'm giving whatever the way that I wanted. Okay, because generally we will be talking to the customers and then we have to give it. Okay, go over here. I'm just keeping somewhere. So wherever the hiring manager can write these fields in approved recs, okay. Doing in almost all places simply. Okay, and read access here. Recruiter, if it is not there, we can copy and paste it. Okay, even recruiting team should be shown. Yeah. And recruiting team write access. Yes. I want to do it write access also. Following rules, which is not in us. The recruiting team, if we want to give it. See, all the places I'm giving it this one. Okay. You can give it all the things here. Even the recruiting team at closed status also I'm giving access. The requisition. Maybe I'll not give for this at closed. The next one would be like for Q role, rec admin. These are all the things that we are going to discuss with the customers, where you want to have it. Okay, all your additional fields. So now I've created one standard additional field, which is like source of facts. So this is like read access for like administrator in approved stages. So I'm just giving this also. So this much of things, the rec administrator at closed status also you can give it. Okay. So next, the rec administrator to write these fields, write access in closed status. If you want, you can give it. If not, you don't want to give it, you can leave about it. Okay. Like this, we can give all the permissions part for all these things. We can have it. After that, we'll just save. Before that, we will just validate. No errors. If it is yes, you can save this. Now what I have to do is like, now I just go to requisition thing here, browse. Choose that. You can update. You can upload it by clicking upload. Already exists in the system, but continuing with the upload will replace the existing JRDM with your changes. This will affect all job requisitions created. Yeah, okay. I want to get it all the things. The system encounter when templating or referred source team is not defined. Maybe that is not defined properly. Maybe we can force a team where we've made a problem. Sourcer name. Okay, sourcer. Okay, sorry. Sourcer name. Sourcer team, right? Where happened to sourcer team? Oh, okay, we removed that. Okay. We copied this one and we removed that sourcer team. This is the problems. What we have to do for now, we have to go to the downloads. This is the reason. So we will do these kind of mistakes also. So better we will have on the downloads. I'll open this standard job requisition here. Field definitions. For that reason only we have got 115. It should be 116 actually. Source of team. I have to copy this one. You can copy it. Go to 1.1 up above. So now we can just say validate and save this as 1.1. Okay. Now I'm just going into the provisioning system. 1.1 open, upload. Okay. Now it will get uploaded. So now the job requisition template was updated successfully. Some errors it is showing, we can ignore those. So now what we have to do, we will just go to the system, keep working, and just refresh. If you observe, team fax has come. Okay, got it? So that is the two ways of configuration. We can do it like this.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What feature allows HR administrators to configure and automate the notification process for pending tasks and deadlines? Option A, email templates. Option B, performance reviews. Option C, talent search. Option D, mobile access. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
So, as I said, like earlier also, the job requisitions can configure in multiple ways, maybe two ways. Only two ways that we can say is like either through managed templates or through XML file we can have it. So the job requisitions, let me open the book. So we can do it in two ways. The first way would be is like XML, and the second way would be is like a, so let me write it down. XML and managed templates. Okay. So these are the two ways. So the requisitions, first when I click it, we discussed about roles and groups, we have done it. So now coming back to the requisitions fields, so these are the mandatory fields are there. So these are the fields which were giving it from the product side. The product is nothing but SAP SuccessFactors side. So, but if any new fields that we want to add it, okay, so for this particular job requisition, or if you want to see any fields which are missing from this particular standard job requisition, if you want to add it, you can easily add it. Okay, so for that, what we do, first technique, I'll show it through the managed template, and the second field, the first field, we will go and add it through the managed template. And any other second field, if we want to add it, we will add it through the XML also. Now first field, the custom field that we wanted to add here is like, maybe we can say EJB. Okay, sorry, not EJB, we are, okay, so JSR, okay, JSR, the new field is like JSR, maybe some things is like JSR information, you want to add a field. So where you want to add it under the internal information instruction, okay. So JSR information, and the requisition field label is like JSR information only, okay. And now the type of the field here is like I want to add it as a text. So when I'm adding, I can show you a maybe I can show you a pick list here itself. So pick list field, which is nothing but a drop down field, okay, drop down field like pick list field. So I want to add a pick list field, okay. It is going to be a pick list field. The next field would be like this. You will be when you are talking to the customer, you have to take down these things like this. Okay, what kind of field? Pick list is nothing but drop down. Drop down means JSR information. What kind of information? So in the pick list, you can say it is like a maybe JSR information related to what we can say here is like. For example, this guy is like a super maybe which is related to the requisitions. If we can take it here is like under JSR information, if you want to create a pick list, if you want to have a drop down, in that drop down, either of the options you can choose it. Okay, so for that, if you have an optionized thing, if it is a free text, you can give it like a text, you can give a text, or if it is a number, you can give it as a number. If it is a date, you can give it as a date. And if you want to give a text area, you can give some up to 256 characters. It should be put it over there. So now here JSR information is like, if you're choosing a pick list, means what all the values. Here is like pick list, what is the candidate status? Okay, so what kind of status, whether he is hide or not hide, assessment, hard stop status kind of. So like that, you can mention it. The pick list value, the pick list name, we will mention it here while after creating the pick list. So for now, JSR information. So what kind of values that you want to put it under the information here is like, maybe, okay. So what we can do is like, I can think while creating the pick list. So for now, you can just, we will be going and creating the pick list. How we will create the pick list? We will have an option, we have a provision to go to the system. This is like a common for everyone, okay? So for that reason, it will be in a normal common company settings part, it will be there, pick list center. Okay, if you just go to the pick list center, now you have to create one pick list one. So pick list is nothing but like this. If you see academics are there, what is meant by degree, MSc degree, BSc degree, like that, those are the values that. So now, so the what is the first thing we want to create it here is like code is like JSR info. The naming here is like, you have to copy and paste it that one. So this is like JSR. Okay, now you have created, and now you're giving your values. The first value would be JSR info means is like that our information, internal information is like, so this requisition, maybe you can have it like JSR info. In that info, this requisition is a billable information or a non-billable information. Okay, so for that we can have it, you can say billable, you can say billable. The label here is like billable, and you can create it, and you just click it on billable. So for our purpose, this requisition is a billable requisition or a non-billable requisition, which is nothing but this. This is a billable position or a non-billable position, or internal position or external position. Like that, also you can have a values. Okay, so if you want to add any other field is like billable, non-billable, or half billable, like that. If you want to create anything, that information you can create also. So for now, I've created only two values. Okay, let's leave it and come back to the Excel sheet. So I have to mention this is the Excel sheet, but anyhow, we can just, we need not to mention this value here because we have to create it during the configuration time. Okay, after that, whether you want to have this field as a required field, true or false. Okay, so this values is nothing but with respect to the XML part also, but in managed templates we can make it there also true or false will be there, required equals to, yes or no will be there. So if you want yes, you can have it. If you want this field as a required, then okay, required, give it true field, and this is obviously a custom field. Okay, so this is a custom field. And what is if you want this to be a job description token, all these are some of the fields are there, you can ignore. And what is the XML type? Here is like a plain. And now here the chapter comes. So whenever you are creating the requisition, whether you want to show this field editable or non-editable. Write means editable. Read means only read access. Because if you give read access, what will happen for an originator or for a hiring manager or for a read access means what will happen? They can't able to fill this particular field. So we are keeping this field as a required, then automatically we have to give a edit access for all the people. Okay, so now what I'm doing is like write access for all the people. I'm giving it in pre-approved stage. Okay, maybe once in pre-approved stage it is been approved, you can have a read access. You don't want to edit it, but for manager, hiring manager, I want to have a write access. I want to give a write access for manager, but maybe for even for recruiter also I want to give it recruiter write access. Even for other these people and all I can have. Even for originator also I want to give it write access. Rest of the people you can put it read access. Okay, so because these three are part of recruiting only, so maybe for these two people also it will come right only because we have formed that group as like a recruiting team, recruiting group. Okay, so for that reason, though if you put it red here, it will show it will come as a right only because it is being tied up with recruiters. So in the closed state, you want to keep it all the same way you can keep it. Okay, for only the recruiter we have given a right access while closing the requisition if he wants to mention anything. Okay, if while creating the requisition, if you mention, we will not change it anything. So now go to how to set up this particular field. So now go to recruiting system, admin center, come to the admin center. Okay, and come to recruiting. In that recruiting, you can have a manage templates. If you click manage templates, the first thing is like job requisitions. In which template that you want to create it. If you want to create it, you can create starts from new template, also add a new template and you can create it. Okay, so this is a new template that you want to have it, and but you have to define all the fields. Okay, so but in our product, there are some standard templates will be there. So what we can do is like we will go to choose standard job requisition. Okay, go to the standard job requisition. In the standard job requisition only, we will go and add it. Okay, because already the fields were defined and okay. So go to this particular tab here, fields tab, click to modify. Now scroll down. Okay, so if you want, you can go here, add a custom field. What is the field ID? You can put it JSR information. Okay, what is the field type? Pick list. Okay, what is the label here? JSR information. What is the field name? Field description also JSR. Whether you want to keep it required, yes, you want to keep it required. Okay. Next, pick list. What is the pick list ID? JSR info. Okay, JSR info. Like this, you can have it, and you can create the new field done. Okay. So now changes what the fields are there. Now field creation is done. Okay. So now we have to observe this part. Okay, you want to give what all the permissions that you want to give it. So now come to permissions part, permissions define, click to modify. First thing, leave about the first thing. Yeah, the first here is like the originator can read the fields in pre-approved recs. Yeah, he can read it, but instead of read, I want to give a write access for it. Okay, so I have to go for write access and choose what all the fields are there for a write access. So multiple, if you come over here and if you see where is our JSR? It will be under J, I, J, C, JSR information. Okay, so you're giving permission in pre-approved stage. For an originator, you have given a write access. Next one, this is the originator at approved stage. Okay, so in approved stage, you want to have a write permission in approved stage also for originator. Okay, if I go over here, there is a JSR information. You can click it. And for the originator at the close stage, I don't want to give that field at all. The hiring manager at pre-approved stage, yeah, he should be having a write permission, which is nothing but write permission. You can come over here and you can choose JSR info. Okay, after that, the hiring manager at approved stage, if you want to give it. Okay, the hiring manager team. At closed state, I don't want to give anything. Okay, so the recruiting team. Okay, recruiting team in in right stage at pre-approved. Okay, so I want to give it JSR information. I want to give this particular field as write access at multiple places. At what stages? Multiple stages, all stages, approved, pre-approved, and closed stages. Okay, so only one tab will be there. Okay, and write permissions and the following roles. So you can see here is like this is like a approved stage, and this is a read permission, and this is like a write permission. If you want to add here also JSR information, you want to give write permission for recruiting team at approved stage. At approved stage, even in the closed state also I've given, which you observe over here. Okay, so here and all, even here also I've given for recruiter. Okay, recruiting team and all. At closed state, I want to give it job information, JSR information. Okay, but administrator in pre-approved stage, I want to give write access for recruitment administrator also. Okay, we are giving it JSR information, and after that, the recruiting administrator in approved stage, write permissions. Okay, so you can see JSR info. You can give for rec administrator in approved. In closed state, we don't want it, and even this closed state, the write permission, we don't want to give it. So once it is done, we can say done. And now you have added to a strong normal job standard job template only we have added. Okay, so now what we can do is like once we done this directly, if you want, you can save as a draft, and or otherwise you can go directly and publish it. Okay, so before publishing it, we will check what applicant status is there, because in earlier class we have configured this one. Okay, if you want to go and check it, you can just go and check it. Yeah, KP Merck was there, and there were 23 fields were there in that Merck, because shortlisted and recruiter interaction also we have added. So that thing was already there. Okay, if you want to check it out, you can see. Means the standard job requisition consists one particular field called JSR information. Okay. So now the template is being added with customer custom fields also. Okay, what is our customer custom field? JSR information, and that JSR information is like a pick list one. Okay, so it will get saved, and after that we can go and watch while creating for the existing requisitions, whether it is there or not, we can just choose it. Okay, only the template related to standard job requisitions only we can see it. So otherwise I'll create a new one better. Proxy now as some recruiter. Recruiter could be, maybe I'll go for G. She's a hiring manager. We will just check with some what have been used while creating the requisition. If you used standard job requisition, for those standard job requisitions only, this field will be visible. Okay, so even these fields and all were created on standard only. Okay, maybe if I just go and view and edit, whether I can see that particular field or not, from standard requisition only, this one. JSR information as the billable values, no selection, billable and non-billable. Okay, so because if it is a standard job requisition only, then it will come. Otherwise, it will not come. Okay, so because being for a hiring manager in approved stage also, we have given access for writers. For that reason, it is showing up. Okay, so now if you go to any of the closed job requisitions, so if I go to the closed job requisitions, because this is hiring manager, whether we have given it or not, this field is there. Okay, some we have given edit. Yes. So now what we can do is like we will go and create a new non-standard job requisition, whether it will come or not. We'll see. Create new. While creating new, it will ask for which template that you want to create it. I have added it values for standard job requisitions. Okay, but I've not added a field called JSR information for any of the other templates and all. So let me just go and check it. If I want to add it, maybe if I want to add it, ONGC India Private Limited template, for example. Okay, if I copy existing job requisition, so and title, some manager title. If I search for the jobs, search for the positions. Okay, so we can copy. We will see whether that field will come or not. Okay, so if we are copying it, these are all showing from that particular template. Let's see whether it will come or not. We will choose same 144 is there, so it will come automatically because we are copying the same template, right? So better I can cancel it. Create new job requisition from blank template or family roles and all. I'll click. If I go back, because at least I'll get the job information details will go. Those families and roles. Maybe I want to hire an administrative support. You selected. Hiring manager is Joe. Recruiter is like so. HRBPs having a tagline of, so only HRBPs will come. Maybe HRBP, if I put it Dolan. Terry Vincent. He belongs to Boston. We'll try with this Terry guy. Whoever the HRBPs, it will come over here. Okay. Otherwise, we can add it later. Now we can go for next. Okay, is an HRBP is an please correct the following error. HRBP is an inactive user. Try with all HRBP taglines. We will stop this. We go to another job rank, another position. Right? Take the same thing. Okay. What we can do is like instead of we will go to the blank template. Use anyone, any template. Create new job requisition from blank templates. What we can do is like we will go to proxy now as Tessa Walker. Check who is her HRB. I just want to show you if I create any new requisition from using other templates, whether that field is coming or not. For that, I'm just trying. Now the job requisition has been created, and if I go and see, that field is not there. Okay, should not come. That is what my expectations is. Okay. So because we have chosen some other template, but if you go and choose our own template, for which template that we have added that field, it will have it. Okay. Now we will see from the XML standpoint. Okay. So the same configuration, we want to set up one more field here. So the field here is like JSR. It's like text area comments. And this is like the text or text area. Okay, and this I can put it true. It's also true. Permission part, so will come back. Okay, so we want to give the same set. Okay, so for this, how you can do it here also. So first, we should require a template. So the template here is like how you will get it. You have to go to the provisioning, go to which company for which customer that we are working on it. We have to go with that particular customer credentials. Okay. So, and then you go to the particular customer details, and there will be a managed recruiting will be there. That managed recruiting, the first tab which is related to job requisition template. Just click that, and which one you want to download it. I want to download standard job requisition. Okay. So I want to download first this XML file. Okay, save. So I've downloaded this file. Downloads. If I see standard job requisition, open with XML file. So you might be knowing a little, if you are not knowing of XML also, I'll just slightly I'll explain to you. This job consists of, these are the fields, okay? 117 fields, and what is our field name? JSR information, which we created from the managed templates. Now we want to create JSR comments below to this, okay? So now what we can do here is like, so what we have to do is like, now we want to write the code for our JSR comments field. How you can add it? Okay, so what is the terminologies that will be there in XML? So XML is nothing but as a extensible markup language, and this XML will have this particular structure will be there. So now we are going to a element. What element that we are going to? We are going to an element called, the element here is like, all these are all the fields. The element is like, all these are recruitment element. Okay, that recruiting element, we have these many fields. Okay, so what elements will have? Elements will have fields will be there. Okay, the fields will have, what all the fields will have? Fields will have attributes, IDs, and case sensitives will be there. What are those mean? Attributes means whether you want to make to show that field visibility equals to both, that required equals to true or false, and max length will be there and the labels will be there. Okay, so it means we are going for one particular field. Which field that we want to add it? We want to add a field called, and this is the field. So you can just go to the source. So this is the field that we created now. Okay. So for this field, this is the label that we have used it. US language, we have used it, and the description, this is the one. Okay. And the pick list is this. So now what I have to do is like, I have to copy the same code. Okay. Copy the same code. Okay. Copy the same code and paste it down to this particular field, and now you will start with the field edit part. The XML consists of field definition. The first one would be like a field definition, ID equals to JSR comments. We have to write it as a comments. So this type is like text area. Instead of pick list, we have to make it text area. Okay, and required, whether you want to have this field required equals to true. Yes, this field is like a required field. We want to have it. Okay, and you can have a custom equals to true. Okay, so it means this particular thing you are defining. These are all called as attributes. Okay, field contains attributes and the label. This is the label. Okay, this is a label, and this is another field. In the same field, the field definition, the field description also is there. Okay, got it. And we don't require a pick list because it is a text area field. So you can delete that line and you can go in. So for each and every XML, this is a structure. You have to keep remember all the time. This is the structure is in the sense, if the recruiting element, in that recruiting element, obviously the fields will be there. What is that field we are writing? The field is nothing but JSR comments. JSR comments. What is the idea of that JSR? We have defined JSR comments. Okay. And what are the attributes? Attributes is like, I have given visibility. What are the attributes? Type equals to type equals to text area, and required equals to true, custom equals to true. These are the attributes. Okay, so those attributes we have to define it. So after that, the attributes is being defined. After that, the labels will come. Okay, the labels is nothing but the field label. You have mentioned it like JSR comments. Write it like this: JSR comments. Copy JSR comments. You can place it in all the ways, even. Okay, so this way you can have it. After that, what you have to do is like, Now you have added a field from the XML side also. Now you can just, what you have to do, whether your code you have written it perfectly or not, means you have to check XML validate. Okay, so it is being validated, no errors are there. If you, for example, if you missed any, because XML will have, these are the things that we have to keep in mind while writing a XML here is like, don't need to write a new code and all. Just copy the above one and do whatever the changes that are required for us. Okay, so now if you just go to here, and to have a perfect XML, the element, recruiting element, in that recruiting element, we have created a field. Okay, that field has a closing tags other. So the field has been started from ended over here. Okay, it means the slash is there. So for example, if you remove any place the slash button here, it will throw an error. So it means this is a perfect closing tag. Okay, closing tags are must, closing tags. So, and if you come back to this particular place, elements are nested properly, attributes should be in quotes. If you did not put any of the attributes in the quotes, it will not work. The code will not work. Okay, these are the 5 important points that we have to consider, and the case sensitive. And if you go and give it this JSR in red, in bold letters, it will not work. Okay, so you have to ensure this is a case sensitive. So now the field has been started over here. JSR comments, text area required equals to true, custom equals to true, like that you have mentioned it. So this is a field part. Okay, next thing would be is like at the same time you have to give the permissions, because according to the customer workbook, these are the fields that are defined. Okay, so now what we have to do is like, we have to, now it has been saved. Okay, so we want to save it, standard job requisition 1 only, we can save it. Now come to table view. 118 has come now. Scroll on, and now field permissions. So each and every place if you want to put it, you can go ahead and you have to put it. So I'll only choose right access parts. Okay, I'm ignoring of the read and all, because I want to give all the right places. Okay, if I just go to the right, okay, the field ID reference is there. The same thing you can copy and you have to put it. JSR comments. The ID is like, we have created the ID like this only. Okay, so that thing we have to put it. You can copy that one wherever you want it. You can just go and put it. Copy all right places only. I want to give it. Okay, this is all right places. The right I want to give it. So maybe this is like a job code permission spot. Right. This is a next right. This right is there. So now what we have to do is that we can just put it, copy and paste it. Next, coming back to right permission. Next, the right is at 8th place, 8th, 11th, like that it is there. 8th. This is for originators in approved place. Okay. Originator can read those fields in closed recs. So next one would be the right place. Next to right would be at 11. So here also the hiring manager team can write these fields in pre-approved stages. Yes, I will copy and I'll paste it. Okay. The next table view. The next to right is in 13 value. 13th. After that 16th is there. 13th, if I go over here, 13, even in the 13 also, if I want, I can give it under this one. Okay, and next one would be 16. I go to the 16th place. Everywhere, sorry, 16. Okay, here I want to give it right. So this is for JSR comments. JSR information is already there. So that's next table view. And the varies other right under 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. Now 18, we can have it. In 18, we can copy. Again, we can view that one. Okay, so these many places we are, because entire places we are giving right almost all. Okay, you can just check it out right. Come to source, which is like recruiting team. Okay, for this place also I want to give it JSR information. Next table view. Next right is in 22nd source. If we go to the right, so this is the rec admin can write in pre-approved stage. Okay, somewhere I copy and pasting it. Next one would be, next right would be at 24th, rec administrator. Okay, somewhere we can put it. Maybe here. Okay. This way we have to give the permissions from the XML side. Okay, so write permissions. Okay, so next save XML validate. So no errors, we found it. So now come back to the provisioning, and now here you can browse it, standard job requisition, and you can open it and upload it. Okay, it will update with the existing one. Okay, here it will come. The template have job requisition template was updated successfully. So now if I go to the requisitions, what we can tell here is like rapid means we will send because that is with rapid only we got it 85 fields are coming. Okay, apart from the 3, if you count it, these are all earlier when we started our career with requisition module, we have only 35 fields for there. Getting customer fields, customer requirements and all, by adding of those things, we have got it up to 85 now. The latest version is having 85. Okay, so it means you can think like this is like an RDS also, rapid deployment.
Okay.
So it means almost the standard job requisitions consist of all these fields will be there, all 85. If it is a rapid means, obviously we will be having a job requisition data models will be there, right, with these 85. That thing you can load it back to that customer provisioning system means automatically it will get updated. Even at the same time, managed templates also will get updated. Okay, so those data model files will be there with SF and they will be giving it as a rapid deployment and all. If it is a big customer, it can be happen within, if that file is available, it can happen within 1 or 2 days. If that file is not available and if the file was not given by the SAP means, if the SAP partner who is going to be Accenture or a TCS guy, if he is building, it will take 1 week. Okay.
Thank you.
So that is what we have to, maybe in the kit, while doing the implementation from the product side itself, they'll be giving a updated data model kit only. Okay. Because anyhow, whatever the kit that we get it, in that kit, the workbook will be there, right? In that workbook, if you see the latest workbook and if you see, 85 fields or maybe 90 fields if it is there. So that could be a latest one. So it means it is going to be RDS one. Within 1 week, we can, within 1 or 2 days, show it to the customer. These are the fields are available. If you want these fields is okay, or if you don't want these any fields, we will remove some of the fields and all also we can do. Okay. Now if I go back to Admin Center. So now Joe, go to recruiting, open project manager, because the first requisition, which is the project manager, was created with the help of standard job requisition template only. Okay, all job requisitions. I go to 144 rec ID. If I see that particular box, that particular field is coming out. Yes, sir, comments, text area. Got it? So this way we can do the things now.
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
I'll discuss about the requisitions buttons, what exactly the requisition buttons do. So we know recruiting roles and the groups, and we were talking about the requisition buttons, and we will jump on to the next template, which is called job application and candidate application details. So which is the third unit from the syllabus. Also, you can see. Okay, so candidate profile and application. After that, we can have candidate management, and after that, we will see other activities and so. For now, so we will, if we observe the requirement book or workbook for us, if you just click it, requisition buttons. So generally, when you see on our system, we would be able to see two buttons in the sense two options or two action points on the requisition pattern. Okay, so which are nothing but close and reopen. So we can see save changes is obvious one, and after that the close requisition will be there. So for example, if I open, so these buttons also, how to configure these buttons. Here it is telling. So whether you want to give permission, for whom you want to give the permissions. Generally, in the business scenario, we will give permission for close or reopen. We will give it to recruiters and recruiting team and a recruiting admin or a recruiting team leader, not for the originator, hiring manager, or managers or plan managers or ad hoc approvers. So that is the reason we have to give permission only for these people. How we can give the permission here is like two ways. Okay, obviously we will go to XML. In XML, you can see a standard job requisition. If you go to the table view, okay, so you will be having button permissions here. Okay, so if you see, these are the button permissions. If you go to this particular button, and you can see we are giving it for only recruiter and recruiting admin. Okay, so this is which button? Button ID is like close requisition. Okay, who is allowed to close and reopen the requisitions. Okay, sourcer, recruiter, and for a recruiting admin we are giving it. And for the other one would be like reopen rec button. So in the XML we have to write this particular code over here. Yesterday we have JSR commands we have added over here. So in the same way, if you want to give it for any other person, okay, so if any other role that you want, for example, if you want to give it for GM, or if you want to give it for G, so what, or you want to give it for originator. So if you want to give it, what you have to do it, you just click over here, copy of this particular one and paste it the below, and you just mention what is the approver name, or if you want to give it for hiring manager, you just mention G like that. Okay, so this is a simple way that to give the button permission in Excel. And whereas it comes to through our manage templates means what we have to do is like we have to go to manage templates. Okay, so configuration part I'm telling, and where these buttons will appear, I'll show it on the recruiting part. Okay, I'm just duplicating this. If I go to recruiting, if I open the job requisition, you could able to see it all. So if you see here, what is our template? So click it on the standard template. You'll have a provision to set up that particular button also, which is nothing but 2 button permissions. The first one is here, who is allowed to close and reopen the requisition. There are 3 people, a sourcer, recruiter, and requisition administrator. And here also these 3 people are. If you want to give it for any of the people, like manager or hiring manager, if you want to give it, you just click hiring manager. So reopen the job requisition and close the job requisition. If you give it to them, simply give it and save done. So before jumping on to the done, I'll just show it to you. If I open any of the button, any of the requisitions. So in the bottom of this requisition, you could be able to see close job requisition. Okay, got it? Like this, the button. This is the button. This is a common button. This is directly we will get it. Save changes. Need not to give the permissions or whatever it is. But for this, we want to give it specific to the, because save changes, it should be for all the people. Am I correct? Okay. Yeah. But this close job requisition should appear only for few people, like recruiter, hiring manager, or like this. These people, these are the people we have to give it. Okay, for that reason, the button permissions close job requisition and reopen. How the reopen will appear here is like, so if I go to any of the closed job requisitions, for example, if I go back to the job requisitions, if you go to the closed job requisitions and you just go and view or edit requisition, if you want to open this job requisition, for example, okay, reopen the job requisition, you can see the button reopen here. Okay, if you click reopen, requisitions cannot be reopened as there are no open position remaining for this requisition. If opening positions are there only, it will. So what we have to do, we have to give the open positions. So this has been completed. What I can do is like I can make it 3. And now if I reopen, this requisition can reopen. So first I have to change this. Okay, so if these are being a required fields, it is asking JSR information is required, JSR comments is required. Okay, yesterday we have created. Yes, this is going to be billable. The comments here is like, so this permissions and all we should be giving it. Okay, so location has an invalid value, some invalid values are there, So which we have to fix it, and we can reopen the job requisition generally. So for that, you want to giving action. For now, it is with these people. Okay. So now I want to give it for hiring manager also. So if I go to proxy now, and Joe, if I go to Joe, she's a hiring manager, Joe McLevin. Whether she's having a permission or not for the closed ones. But maybe if it is if she used a standard requisition template, then she will not be having it. If she is using any other Workbench or any other job requisition templates, in that, if we have permissions, she will be having a permission. See, she is not having a permission to close the requisition or to reopen the requisition. Okay. So for that, what we will do, I just given the permission now and save, publish it. It will get published. In the same way, we have to load the system, the same role we want to give it for this. And what we can do is like we will just upload back to the provisioning system for the job requisition buttons. Next one would be the candidate application fields. So this is going to be one of the other same template. Template we have to go and do the templates. See how many fields are there. So if you see, these are the fields which are recommended. 94 fields are there on the candidate application template. So the candidate application template, you see, this has been last saved now. Okay, publish. It's been going to be published. So now I'm going back to manage templates. Again, for the candidate application fields also, we can configure in two ways. Okay, so candidate application is nothing but whenever you are watching out, for example, duplicate. So now if I go back to recruiting system, so just proxy as recruiting, and now if I watch for the job requisitions, whether I can see the reopen button or not on the closed job requisitions. If I go to project coordinator job role, because we have given the permissions, right? So obviously the reopen button should come. Earlier only save changes were there, but now after giving the permission, even for hiring manager also, she's having to reopen the job requisition. Okay, that's the button permissions part. We can see now we want to observe here is like what exactly the application. So application is nothing but whenever you are applying, if you go to the job postings, okay, if I go to any of the career site postings, for example, Control A, copy. If I go to a new tab, okay, now I'm just clicking. Now I have started as an applicant. Okay, so we will go to some other requisitions. So now it is being latest one. If we go ahead, administrative support, so which we have yesterday or recently we have opened. I'll run the setup here. So 3163. So this is under this HM review. After that, it will go to the recruiters review, hiring manager review. This is, so we have to go and send to recruiter review. So this is not our standard requisition template. So some other template, maybe I can go ahead with this. Or what I can do is like I'll go with the standard only. So maybe yesterday we have created for both. So this could be the yesterday's one or long back one. So now for this, you can see create requisition. Yes, I want to create the requisition, and here I have to give the values. Okay, job country would be is like United States. Now we can go and create the requisition. So generic procedure and how the hiring managers, how these people will be. So I have to fill some of the required fields, which is like location. The location is United States. All the values should be there. So for that reason, I'm just searching out the United States. So some of the values I've given. So these are my competencies are fixed. If I want to add any quotients, you can add a quotients. The quotients here is like you can browse from the save list or recruiting tab, the basic screening quotients. So if you want to have all the quotients, because these are all the basic screening quotients. Anyhow, how we can add these quotients, how to configure, we will see it in the later stages. Okay, so I want to add a few things here, or you want to go on a search. So it will create the requisition over here. So now I'm just telling the process for us. So Joe forward form to Joe, because though he is a hiring manager and originator also, because she is originating this requisition. Okay. So once after doing this, we will come back to again hiring manager Joe, and now she will go and approve this like 3147. You have to keep in mind 3147. It will go to the BU head approval, means Paul Atkins. So how to create this roadmap also we will discuss. Okay. It will go to Paul Atkins. So now I have to proxy as Paul Atkins. So here recruiting approvals tab is there. We can approve it. Otherwise 3140, 3147. We can view the requisition. Okay. So here we will go to actions. Send to next step. It will go to the recruiting team part. Who is the recruiter? Tessa Goldwalker. It will go to the Tessa Gold. So this is what the requisition template process flow and all. Maybe I've already discussed, but again I'm just giving a gist of this. So now we will proxy as Tessa Walker, and we will approve that requisition. So that what will happen? The recruiters can go and start hiring the candidates. So whenever they want to hire it, once the job requisition is being posted, so what we have to do is like, once the job requisitions is being posted, so they review and finalize the job. This is the point. actions. She's the one who completes it. Complete. So that the from pre-approved stage to approved stage now it has become. Okay. So now the 3147 rec is being approved for Tessa Walker. Now what Tessa Walker will do, will go to the job postings. Once the complete status is done, the postings will be done. So now here I'll just copy of this particular one, and I can post this link to anywhere. I can post this link. Maybe I can post this link in Naukri. All the job boards. She can post that link. Okay. So if I open and maybe that candidate. So assume I'm the candidate. I've got this link, and I'm just clicking on that particular link. If I post it or if I email or whatever it is. So for example, okay, so the job cannot be viewed, it has been deleted or no longer. Why it has been happening like this means we have done on 8/04/7:59 PM ED means, so it's almost the time is not, we can remove the post and we can go ahead. That is on 4th it is telling. Now in US it is only 3rd, right? So for that reason, we have to do it at 3rd and post the job. Okay, so it will get posted. Now if I open like this, you can have it and you can click it. It will come to you. So in the meantime, I'll open and I'll start checking out the application. Whenever you have a free time, you just apply for it. Okay, we'll have some candidates. So this is the one, administrative support. If you want to apply, okay, so you have to create an account. Okay, so for now I'm creating with your account only. Okay, so maybe whenever you are doing it, you create some other account. Okay, some other Gmail account, so that 2 candidates will come. Okay, but now I'll not apply completely. I'll not apply it. So whenever you are opening and you want to apply it, you use this same thing. Okay, so how you can open, I'll show it. You have to accept this. This is how this statement, to fix it also we will see it. Okay, which we will call it like a DPCS statements. Okay, data privacy statements and all. Now I can create. This is the place where you have to apply this. So now what we are doing here is like this. The next step would be is like, this is the candidate profile information. Okay, so and the next one would be is like candidate specific information, so which is nothing but application. This is the application. In this application, you are trying to give it any of the fields, any of the things that you want to add it, which is nothing but comes under the application part. So once you fill this one, what I will get it, even this also, the buttons here, see, these are some of the custom buttons we have created over here. So like this, any custom buttons, if you want to build it on the application part also, okay, this is going to be application for us. Okay, in the application, we have 2 things. Profile also is there. Candidate profile information also is there. Along with that candidate profile, see, if you see it on this particular part, so you also see candidate application fields. Even for that also buttons are there. What are the buttons on the application? If you see it, there are 2 buttons, save and apply buttons. So these buttons we can see it. Okay, and candidate profile, if you just click it, candidate profile, the first name, last name, profile information. So which is nothing but the profile information. Okay, this is called a profile information. This is a profile information. Even this, so somehow we have filled it with this particular. So this also we can configure it. If customer asked for any custom objects, there are some standard objects are there, standard fields are there. If anything, the custom custom fields that we want to add it, we have to add it through the candidate. First thing would be is like candidate application template, and next one would be is like, and the next one here, if you see, the application template and the candidate profile template. So these two things are linking to this particular part. Okay. So if you want to configure any new fields for this particular application templates and also candidate profile templates, we have to do it through this templates only. Okay. Job application template. If you go to the job application template, so if you just go to which is the default one, then we have to fix a default one, which is called a candidate detail info template. So for this template, so this is one of the candidate info template. So this template consists of these fields will be there. Okay. So if I go back to candidate application fields, there are with the RDS, it is telling 94 fields are there. Okay. Here, if you see, we have configured almost all 112 fields are there. If you see it, all these fields, okay, whenever you see it on these particular fields and also these particular fields also will be there. Okay, so if you see here is like instruction button, this is, and if you want to see date of birth, all the things will be there. Okay, so all buttons you can see it over here. Okay, so all the fields, sorry, not a buttons, all the fields will be appear over here for this particular part. So now if you want to add any new fields, see if any new fields that if you want to add it, you can add it under this particular application where you would able to see it under this particular part. Okay, so this is the one of the configuration, and the same things once the candidate applies, so where the recruiters can see on the candidates page. So if I go to the job requisitions, for example, if we are going and watching out any candidates, so this is some of the candidates applied, any of the applied candidates, for example. Okay, if you go to this particular, you can just click the candidates bench, or see earlier we were at job postings. If you click it on the candidate stage, this is one of the candidate. If you open this candidate, so this is also an application part. So recruiter can see the fields, whatever the fields that was filled on our candidate application and candidate profile page. He can able to see it over here. Okay, recruiter, and recruiter wants to see candidate profile means he will just click it view profile. Only his profile details will be over here. Okay, got it? So you can see the profile and applications details, or recruiters can see, recruiters or hiring managers can see like this, and the candidate can see like this. Okay, so this is the one where we have to do the configuration. So maybe we have got a request to add some of the fields in the candidate application fields. So where we have to add it in the bottom. So what exactly, even this also we can have it. So now we can have it, this one. So some new field if we want to add it. So some field which is nothing but our JS star, the JS star.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which aspect enables HR administrators to generate reports on onboarding progress, completion rates, and compliance? Option A, reporting dashboard. Option B, learning catalog. Option C, career development. Option D, succession chart. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.
Some field we want to put it here as like questionnaire, something like that. Okay, JSR questionnaire. So we will add this thing here. One kind of question I want to ask it. Okay, so the JSR question, which is nothing but if you see the question, the text questions only. If we want to ask it, ask for some question or JSR button only, we can use it. So JSR question, not a question, question. So the field is like a text question. We will add some question. So further, they have to fill some open answer. Okay. So this you want to give it for both internal only, external only, or like that you can have it. Yes, for both the candidates and public to the candidates. Yes. Okay. So we can have true and required, whether this field is required. Yes, true. And if custom or reportable, if you want to make it in the reports, yes. And display options, yes. Custom field, true. Okay. So like this, whenever you're adding, try to add it, it will come anonymized like that, the false. So these are the forward anonymized means we will not get the data in the reports. Reports in the sense who filled it, like that it will not come in the reports if you do it anonymized means. Okay, forward means whenever this particular question, whenever the candidate is forwarding from one job requisition to another job requisition, is this field details need to be carried out to the other requisition, because see, one template, one requisition template to another requisition template, we can forward the candidates. So this application, whenever they are applying, whenever they fill it on this particular requisition, so whether the same thing that we want to forward in that or not. So if you want it, you can just put it true or false like that. You can have it. Okay. So now first I'll add the question through managed templates. I'll add it. Okay. So now going back to the workbench, statements, and I'm going to this particular place, manage templates. Now I'm going to add it, add a custom field. Field name here, the field ID would be like JSR question, and the field label is like JSR question. Or the question name, the JSR question. How you will rate your skill. How you rate your skill, or how you describe, how you describe your skills. Okay, somehow you describe your skills in a short note or in a short. So this is going to be a text box, right? We are not given a text area also. Short answer. Okay. So what you can say here is like example. I'm just giving you. Can, if you want, you can give it the example also. So in a short answer, he is like in a short word or short answer. Okay. Example, I can give it something like quick, something like this. Okay. So some simple example, one word or a little statement, because we are giving only. This is the one. And if you want to description also, if you want to keep it the same thing, you can have it. And yeah, whether you want to have keep it public, yes. It is read only, no, false. It is required, yes. Anonymized, sensitive, forward intact, we can have it. Field format, nothing. Then you can say done. Now we can publish it. Because we have added 112 fields were there. We have added one new field. So we can publish this. It will become 113 fields all there for this. candidate application template. So error ref ID assessment is not defined. Reference ID, which is assessment, the same error it is throwing. If it is the error comes from here. We will just check in the book also. So, because it will show that which one is that error, would be the error, the reference ID something. So there it will tell with the red mark over here. The recruiting tab, and this is the one. The edit job requisition application template. If you go over here, so this is the default template, next in candidate detail info.
Hey there, looking to master SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0? Our course is here for you. You can learn at your own pace on our platform. In this course, we will teach you all about SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0. It's like a toolbox for getting new employees settled in smoothly. From the basics to advanced tips, we cover it all. Our experts crafted this course just for you. Your teachers are experienced pros. They are here to guide you and answer your questions. And guess what? Our students love this course. Folks just like you have found it super helpful. And the best part? It's affordable. Ready to become a SAP SuccessFactors Onboarding 2.0 Pro? Sign up now. For more info, visit ZaranTech's website.